And that way, when we're done with the class, you'll have links to YouTube videos that are the recorded sessions that you've had, so you can refer back to these as we go along, okay? So with that being shared, let me get a couple things going over here. I've got the manual that we're going to be using is something that you should have downloaded. First of all, make sure, did everybody get your materials downloaded and put on your equipment or put on your computers? Everybody, so for anybody not, I mean, give me a thumbs up with your reactions or
Quick question. This what we're supposed to download?
there's a link in the emails that I sent out. This is get your class materials.
Oh Lordy.
From this link. Should get those, and it's basically it's just a link to a Dropbox folder, and there will be a folder inside of that and a PDF file. It looks just like what you're seeing here. This is called Data Sets for Fundamentals class, and it has within it 4 drawing files, 2 coordinate files, and an INI file. And then there's the PDF documentation. And that's going to be basically what we, oops, hang on. Just trying to work off my, sorry. Let me get it to the right screen.
Oh, obviously, I didn't do my job enough because I did not download that stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it shouldn't take you too long.
Yeah, I'm getting on it right now.
All right, now I've managed to.
That's my bad.
That's all right. We'll get to it. I've managed to get my screens all messed up here myself. I got them turned backwards. All right. It found my iPad locally and switched over to that and then screwed up my screen. So I'm gonna have to figure out where the iPad is in space. Even though see it's closed, but
Oh, you got it all downloaded. Yes, it's me. You can go ahead and continue those. Robbie has it all downloaded. I'll just follow along on his screen until I get my stuff.
sure. There we go. Now I finally had to get. I had an iPod or an iPad sitting here next to my computer, and I accidentally sent the manual to that screen instead of it was right here, and it said to go to the iPad, and I meant it to go to this other separate screen, and it did that. And so it was assuming the iPad was somewhere out in space. I had to turn that on and get that switched off. All right, so now we're back. All right, so let's do 2 pages here. There we go. So it's going to look like this. All right, so you should have, like I said, this PDF manual that will be what we use to go through the class. And there's also a series of sample files, some drawing files and some things that we're going to be using as part of these exercises. So how this is organized is, if you will look in your manual, there's a table of contents, of course, up front, and it has a couple of things about your instructor, about MSoft, about this guide, et cetera, et cetera. A little bit about Carlson. You see, it's all very introductory material. And then we're going to get into once we get into this section over here called settings. And again, it's not a whole lot, but like, one page there to talk about some settings, but then we're going to spend quite a bit of time talking about the settings because you need to know what they do. And a lot of them, let's say 90% of them are going to be set and forget. You don't need to constantly change them, but a lot of them are also very important to know what they do because sometimes if you're not getting necessarily the results you're expecting out of something, if you check your settings and know what these things do, then you'll be able to get yourself set back to the way you're expecting things to work. Plus, there's times when you will change some settings because you will actually want something to behave in a particular fashion one time and not that way at another. So we'll talk about those kind of ideas. And then the rest of our time is going to be spent doing, as we go through all of these things and go through some exercises, you'll of course use many different commands from different areas, but we're basically going to talk about points and surface modeling or terrain modeling. And you'll see in the table of contents, we introduce some concepts here and what we're talking about, and then there's some exercises. You'll see them in red. So this exercise for points, point groups, down here on the surfaces like break lines, evaluation tools, and then there's a putting it all together type of workflow that basically brings all of those concepts into a single workflow that for a little project that we're going to sort of step through from start to finish. It won't get nearly as in-depth as the software can get. Of course, you've got things like rodent network, lot network, site network, all of these different really high-end design concept tools that we won't have time to get into those depths, but I'll show you where they are and what they can do. And then the last bit of this manual is called this command reference for the general menu. And the reason that says that is because it stops after the points menu. It's file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. Now this is probably half of the manual, and it shows you, in fact, if I click on any one of these, you may notice they are hot linked to the section. And so it gives you an example of on the draw menu. Here's the menu to the right. Here's a screen grab of the menu. And then below each of those are, here's a particular command screen grab for this curve calculator that you see here in that book, or in the book is in bold red text. Now there's another clue going on with that as well, is that let me bring that a little closer like that. So but one of the things that I wanted to show you about the manual too that would be helpful, when we go to, let's say I go to the edit menu, and this explains it right here. A couple of things. The edit menu, it says at the top there, contains both standard CAD editing tools such as move, copy, trim, rotate, etc. And those are just standard AutoCAD or IntelliCAD tools that are part of the CAD software that would be there whether or not you have Carlson installed as part of your workflow, or you're just using the CAD system. So, and it's not just this edit menu, it's all menus, it's all of these things, but the edit menu is the one that has most of those standard CAD commands are incorporated into that menu. The draw menu does some, but it's almost, again, the bulk of what you're going to need is standard CAD tools are going to be on this edit menu. So what you're going to find in this command reference are not those tools. That's going to be sort of assumed knowledge or knowledge that you can get from your AutoCAD or IntelliCAD help system. And it's these other things that are going to be the Carlson tools. And what I had somebody in class several years ago says, oh, those are your Carlsonifications of your CAD tools. And so, you know, as good a term as any. For instance, if you see on this, see erase by layer, if you look right here at the edit menu is pulled down and it goes undo, redo, clipboard tools like cut, copy, paste, and then you get erase select objects, erase a single object, erase the last object. Those are all standard CAD tools. And the first one you come to is erase by layer. So that's the first one you will see listed here in the manual. Okay, so that's how this is going to work. Now, the other thing that's not written down here, but that it could be very useful for you as you go through this after the fact, you know, as a reference source. Anything that you see in the manual that is red and bold-faced, you see some of these are not, like temporary erase and copy a layer or not, but copy a polyline section and offset to an area, those kind of things are. That all in the world that means is this, and it's purely subjective. That means that if you see it boldface and red, that's probably going to be an important command in your workflow. It's going to be something that we as users, and by the way, I am a practicing, excuse me, a practicing consultant, professional engineer. I have my own clients and I do my own design work, you know, in the commercial engineering field, as well as teach as a consultant to MSoft and Carlson. So what we have found in that world, in my experience since, like I said, I've been up here since '93, done quite a lot of work for municipal clients like City of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh Water and Sewer Authority, Alcosan, which is our county sanitary authority, but also plenty of private clients in land development and a lot of survey and control surveys, as well as land surveys, boundary surveys. So, you know, I've had years and years of experience with this, with CAD systems. It started with CAD systems back in 1982 when AutoCAD was first a commercially available product. So I've been working with them, you know, every year since that, as well as what is now called MicroStation, Bentley MicroStation. Back in the day was actually owned by and called Intergraph IGDS, which was the interactive graphic design system. It ran on big VAX computers. The Bentley brothers bought that company out and developed software that would eventually run on PCs. So just another competing product. So, you know, I've got a lot of that experience. So all of that to say that when you see something in the manual here that is bold-faced and red, those are things that I have found to be, oh, hey, those are pretty cool commands. Those are important commands. They're going to help you get through your workflows easier. That's not to say that these other commands won't be used and won't be important. That's not to say that you're going to find these important, but some of these other ones, you know, might become your important commands. But just as a little guide, as you're starting to learn the software, when you see those bold-faced and red, it might be something that could be worth catching, you know, like if it catches your eye, and then maybe, you know, you could put a little asterisk by it in the margin or something to help you refer to it. Now, in terms of these commands, this command reference, and that's after we get through our exercises, and that's where it starts here, called these. See, this is a few pages ahead of time. These are all part of that exercise that we're going to go through. Let me get this. There we go. So this part being all of the part of that exercise of putting it all together. There's your road profile, for instance, and that little road design. But then once that is wrapped, you start into this command reference. And like I said, it's from here all the way through all the commands that you're going to see in the software. And a lot of what you're going to read in here and see pictures of as you go through it are either, screen captured out of the software as it's running, and a lot of the explanations might be a synopsis of what's in the help system. Maybe the help system is much longer than what you're going to read here, and this sort of boils down to give you the nitty-gritty of what you need. Sometimes it's actually expanded because the help system doesn't really document it as well as we would like to see it done. So that's where a lot of the source for that stuff came from. Okay. Now you may also see things like, see this little yellow light bulb there, and then appears this purple diamond and a yellow eye. You'll see things like that in the manual as well. And what they mean are, if we come back to our top, we say about the guide, nomenclature, etc. Let's look at about the guide. So here it says nomenclature used here, that if you see that item, that means that that particular feature or command is available in the IntelliCAD version. And likewise, there's an A that will be available in the AutoCAD version. And there's very, very few of those type of situations. Sometimes it's because one of these, like IntelliCAD, might automatically do something that in AutoCAD you have to do separately, or vice versa, that kind of stuff. The idea icon means that, hey, that's, here's a concept, and it's a good idea, it's a good tip or trick, and not really a requirement, but it could be very useful to take, kind of make a flag about it. Here's another concept with little notepads that's important, so take note how things are bold-faced and indicating whether the menu names, commands, dialog boxes, etc., field names, file names, any type of new terms typically set into italics. So you'll see all that. Nothing that you need to memorize with this, other than this explains how they're used. Okay. So again, from our start, and you'll actually be doing this up here. That's part of that workflow, putting it all together. A little access road into a borrow pit that was set up and designed in a stockpile that we had elevations on, so we were able to model it. And then we modeled an excavated borrow pit into it and put a little haul road up the edges of there to get into there and haul a roadway. That's the concept with that. Okay. So the next bit, there's a little bit about me. This number here actually should be, I guess 40 this year. Yeah. So I graduated from college 40 years ago. And actually worked a couple of years before that while I was in college. So that's really in need of a little bit of update, I suppose. But it gives you an idea of the fact that, I'm actually in the consulting engineering world. So I know what most of you guys have gone through or will go through as what you're doing. I'm not just a software salesman or somebody there that says, hey, look at what these cute buttons are that you can push and bada bing, bada bang, there it is. And great, let's go on to the next topic. So what I've managed to do, and what I think we bring to the game here as educators is, I've been down in the trenches here. I've had to do the same things that you guys are going to have to do um, as part of workflows and processes. And I've also bumped up against all of those things that, yeah, well, the sales guy demonstrated this or they showed me that, but it doesn't work. I don't know what to do. I'm doing everything I think correctly, but I can't get it to work. So, I've already beat my head bloody on the wall of that particular cliff. And I've done that part for you. And now I'm able to, point out those little pitfalls and traps and things to watch out for. Okay. So the key thing to take away though from this little about your instructor page is keep my email handy uh, if, as you go through things, because part of what you get as a client of MSoft is, well, first of all, because you're using Carlson's software, you have access to Carlson's technical support team at any time, free of charge. And they're really, really good. They know those really, they know the software probably better than anybody because, of course, they wrote it. And they're good to get back and respond to you when you run into situations. Okay, but you also have access to me here through MSoft if it's and if it's an instance of let's say it's a question about, well, how do I do, what's my best approach kind of thing. Here's what I want to do. Sometimes asking another engineer is a better source of of learning. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. It's a better set of learning tools than necessarily asking a software coder, which is what you get from Carlson. It's not to say that Carlson is unaware of engineering tasks. They, of course, are. They're very intimately aware of that, and that's what they've done for, 40 years or um, however long they've been doing this business as well. So the key thing is, though, that once you are a student in a class through MSoft, or if you are a customer of MSoft where you've purchased software, additional modules, or what have you, then you also have access to us, again, free of charge, generally for the most part. And I say that for this reason, and also realize that it's not limited to what you go over in class. Let's say 6 months from now, you hit upon a task or an idea that we didn't cover at all in class, but you figured it might be, and you said, well, hey, I wonder if old Ken would know how to do this. Drop me a line, give me an email, or call me. You've got my number that's also in the emails that I've sent to you as well. And, if it's a quick one-off type response or answer, that's absolutely fine. Be glad to, do a little research if needed, get some things back to you and answer. The other level of what we can do for you, though, is let's say you have a project that you're working on, and um, let's see, and Joe, you and Robbie would probably be closer to this situation than Amy would. Is that you're going to get in, say, a project, and then you're going to get a huge time crunch on it that you've got to take an engineer's set of PDF drawings and somehow get that turned into something that your machines can build, and you got to do it tomorrow. Or you've got,
Yeah. So let me interrupt real quick. One of the big things that we run into um, isn't so much like we get like it's not necessarily building the models; it's like adjusting for our machines.
yeah,
So like if like what we're tying into doesn't quite match, like
mhm,
what our model's saying. A lot of like a lot of like what we do is the adjustments in terms of that.
sure.
So like I guess knowing how to manage the files, so like the ones that like how like editing them, you know
Hmm.
what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You're running it
Yeah.
that time.
So,
2 hours.
wait, what was that?
I said they'll tell us this doesn't match. You have 45 minutes before concrete gets here.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we've got the grade stakes set, we've got the forms built, we're pouring back a curb, but you're a foot and a half off. Wow, whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, been there, done that one. So, but sometimes, like I had a client out of Buffalo, New York, that he was a engineer, and his company was designing this boutique um, little carriage home community, and it was right across this sort of wooded valley that's right across from the Buffalo Bills football stadium there in Orchard Park. And it was a real showcase place, and he had a lot of restrictions on the design, and he just didn't have enough time to get all this stuff done. And so he hired us as consultants to basically act like his staff, to help him, to look over his shoulder, make sure he's doing everything right, and also just to do some downright production work. So in a case like that, and that took, several months to wrap that part up. So that's not something that's necessarily free on that end, just because it takes so much time investment. But we often do the consulting supplement service, in addition to this. So anything that you have a need for, check with us at first. And if it's something that's, like I said, just a couple of hours, maybe even as much as up to a day, that we can research and get you an answer back, well, that's included in what you have access to. If it's something that's going to involve something, a longer term, then we'll exchange some proposals and
You
uh,
know, I know it's like our company's also looking into some like those other classes as well, like the civil class.
mhm.
Um,
And we have
because
we have a 3D machine control class.
and yeah, so we're looking at those two as well.
Uh-huh.
Because I think that's like our biggest problem is, we if we run into something, it's like, all right, well, at the latest we have to have it ready and fixed by tomorrow. So they
Yep.
want Robbie and myself to be able to have the knowledge and ability to get that done in that time crunch.
Sure.
That way, because if we can call you guys or somebody, but we if we don't get an answer by in 12 hours by first thing in the morning, then we got to
Sure.
cancel pays and stuff like that. So I think from where our company's sitting is they want to get me and him up to speed to be able to make sure we get those fixes in time.
Hmm. Yeah, and like I said, we can help out in situations like that too. Just a real quick one off to get you off a stuck spot, or whatever else. And again, like I said, it
Yep.
doesn't have to be something that we go over in class. It can be anything that you've run into, because
Yep.
we've done that. I've used this stuff stem to stern for many years, and there's a lot of things that sometimes they're broken, sometimes they don't really work as advertised. Other times there's things that, oh, hey, I didn't realize you could do that like that, but I was thinking that that might be a good approach, and we found that it happened. The other thing is, a lot of, I don't have this stuff memorized necessarily. And sometimes it's just, well, let me see, that seems like this ought to do it. Let's give that a try and see what happens. And you
Right.
get to
Right.
be, willing to do that, and to move this stuff forward. And so, you know, understanding that, and understanding a thought process and a philosophical approach to what you're doing is, that's,
Essentially, like troubleshooting.
oh yeah, yeah. So that's the kind of thing that I am hopeful that you guys can, um,
Take
you
away from this.
yeah, to take away from this class, is that you're going to be left with the idea there. And there's another guy too, that this lad Nelson I was telling you about out in Dubuque, that is the Carlson rep, and he's like the top guy out there, and he covers like multiple states.
I'm sure Charlie.
Yeah,
I'm sure
probably
Charlie
knows.
knows them.
Yeah.
Or
But Ladd is also very knowledgeable, and he's also very much a solutions guy like that. So he'll come up with a workflow kind of thing. So, reach out to all those sources
yep.
anytime, whenever you do. Please don't let, and this goes for all of you guys, Amy, you as well. As you're doing this stuff, don't let this stuff ever overwhelm you. It's not meant to do that. It's meant to help you. And there are ways, if you don't understand it yet, I'm going to show you where you can start finding answers, things in the help system, things on YouTube channels, and et cetera, et cetera. But those are all resources that as you learn this and go through it, you're going to actually start to at some point develop that as internalized knowledge, and you'll be able to think your way out of a predicament. And that's really all that we can ask for. You've heard the expression that we don't go to college to learn how to do a particular thing. You go to college to learn how to think, so that you can then figure out how to do a particular thing because you now know how to think for yourself. So that's really what we're doing here, is setting up some critical thinking skills, showing you where a couple of things are and looking under the hood, and trying to reassure everybody that this stuff does get easier as you get more familiar with things. And that just comes through use, okay? Got a client that I do a lot of Zoom support, remote support for. He's a surveyor. And, I was just working with him last week. He had a thing he was trying to do with a subdivision design and layout, and is mostly with the annotation side of things and how it generates automatic line tables and curve tables, etc. It's something that we really hadn't ever, run into before, but so I learn from this stuff every day, just like you will, but it will also become more and more familiar as you go through it. Okay. So with that, let's jump into a couple of quick things here, a little bit of housekeeping discussions. We will take a mid-morning and a mid-afternoon break each day for about 15 minutes, as well as an hour break for lunch in the middle of the day, in the middle of our class time. Unfortunately, although, let me see, Joe and Robbie and I, well, you're in Central Time, not in Mountain Time, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, so you're just an hour, so you get to eat an hour early, but you get to go home an hour early too. So,
exactly.
all right. So, with that, we're going to talk about some philosophy, some approaches. We're going to, go through this, and then, and that'll take us through to about our first break in the morning before we actually get too deeply into the software. But do not fear, we will get to use it. We're not just going to talk about things like this. But I did want you to understand, what this system is in general, and particularly Amy on your side, because you've got some AutoCAD experience. But here's what this whole concept of Carlson software, or any kind of software that runs on that, sort of boils down to. The CAD package, whether it's AutoCAD or IntelliCAD, is really nothing more than the enabler for this other software, okay? And so anything and everything you can do in Carlson or in Civil 3D or in inroads or in open road designer, or in sitemap, any of these other commercial softwares, there's nothing that you do in those is unable to be done in the plain old CAD system. You can certainly do everything that you need to do using just plain old CAD tools. Unfortunately, excuse me, the approach of doing it with standard old CAD tools is a little bit lengthier, quite a bit lengthier, actually. And you sort of lose the ability to have the software to be aware of things, these engineering type things or surveying type things like alignments and profiles or cross sections, because all that you have really in that drawing file is a drawing file. It's a bunch of lines drawn at particular locations and set at particular elevations and placed on various layers to represent the drawing as if it's on paper. And you can extend that whole concept into an awareness that, well, nothing I can do with the plain old CAD software, even though it's going to take me longer, even at that, there's nothing I can do using the plain old CAD software that I can't do with a piece of paper and a pencil. And that's, in fact, the way we used to do this stuff. None of you guys are old enough to have to remember those battle scars. But, you know, back when I was starting, we did things on, you know, either parchment or linen. Mylar was just starting to become used, that plasticized paper. We had one that we used to do a lot of tracing on a lot that more architects used it than engineers. It was called bumwad. That was sort of a real thin kind of paper we used to overlay stuff and draw on top of it. So really all we're doing is we're just extending the tool set from what we've originally, you know, we used to take a stick and draw it in the dirt, and then we went out and tried to mimic that in the real world. Then we graduated to pencil on parchment, and then ink on linen, and then the CAD systems came along, and we started to use the computer to do it. And then now what we have with this, and that's what this one little page tells you here, is that this Carlson software and any other kind of software is really just a set of tools and commands that put that workability that you get from those CAD systems into terms that we as engineers and surveyors and construction professionals are familiar with. You know, we don't refer to a centerline roadway alignment. We don't necessarily refer to that as a polyline. We refer to it as a center line. We know what that is, and yet the CAD system knows it as a polyline or a single linear type entity put together with many subtype components of like straight lines and curves. So that's the poly part of the polyline, and of course the line meaning the linear elements therein. The tangents and the circular curves, even the connecting spirals if you're into some a little bit more sophisticated roadway design, that sort of thing. Now, another thing that it does do, however, is that when you're doing something like, if everybody's familiar with what a profile is, it is a line of changing elevation that you'll see, you know, in a drawing. You'll see on the left, on the vertical axis, you'll have an indication of the elevations, and on the horizontal axis, you'll have an indication of the length along that particular linear feature, which that feature doesn't necessarily have to be straight. It can curve in and out of the page, but you'll see it, you know, as represented as that vertical definition of that piece of line work. Now, in the CAD system, that's shown, or even on a piece of paper, that's shown by a series of straight lines that are those, say, vertical tangents, and then you get into the vertical curves, and you're actually traveling along a mathematical definition that is the equation of a parabola through the curve, and then you're back to straight line components. Now, if you draw that in a CAD system, you're basically just drawing you know, lines that have start and stop points of X and Y components. But if you need to be able to, say, calculate what a particular elevation might be at a particular distance, then you need to know the equation of the parabola that would compute to be, and know that you know the slopes or what they call the gradients or the grades of those incoming and outgoing tangents, and then you'll be able to calculate something over at a particular station of interest. Now, the CAD system, if it's drawn, you can just go over there and look at it and read it, and you know it'll tell you the answer. But you know, you want to be able to be exact and to know what that, in fact, what those values are, and you want to be able to use them and refer to them again. So it would be handy to have something to hold the definition of that parabolic equation. And that's where things like Carlson software and any other design software come in and have the advantage over the plain old CAD system, is that even though, as far as the CAD system is aware, it's just drawn line work, Carlson or the design software that you're using, regardless of the system, remembers the fact that it's an engineering type thing. It remembers the equations and it stores all of that stuff separately from this little, just the X and Y locations of drawn graphics. Okay. So the Carlson software, or the design software, let's call it that, meaning Carlson or anything, is just a set of tools that are going to gather up information from us as users, and we're going to give it enough input for it to then be able to go off and solve some equations and calculate some things. And then it gives the information to the CAD system to be able to draw the things, or to edit and modify, et cetera, et cetera. But in the simplest sense, it takes the input that we give it as engineers, it calculates some things, and then it generates the commands necessary to create those things in the drawing. Okay, so it's basically a layer of insulation, if you will, between us as designers and the basic inner workings of the program. So you don't have to be a CAD expert. You just need to know, you just need to know a few basic concepts in the CAD world, but then know how to sort of think your way around some engineering type concepts, like alignments, like profiles, like elevations, like surfaces, as those things occur in our particular workflows. All right. So that's really, yes, I've taken way more than a single page to explain to you what one page in your manual is telling you, but in any case. But the thing is that the Carlson software is not something that is, a one of a kind, entirely unique thing, because once you're done with using Carlson to either create a drawing or to interpret it to generate some reports or what have you, it's still, at the end of the day, what you're working with is a CAD drawing file. And so you can take that CAD file and give it to somebody else at another company or another agency. And as long as they can read an AutoCAD formatted DWG file or drawing file, then it's the same information. They may not have access to all of the engineering intelligence that you have if you're using Carlson, but it won't matter because it's not going to keep them from using it. It's still just a drawing. And that's really the beauty of the software, and the fact that Carlson takes all of that information, the coordinates of assigned point locations, centerline alignments, profiles, cross-section files, surfaces or surface models, any kind of things that we are working with as part of our design. And it stores all of that stuff outside of the drawing file in these external files. And there's a great advantage to that. And that, for instance, what we were talking about earlier about solving for the elevation of, say, a roadway at a given point horizontally along its definition, by using those external files, Carlson goes and reads those definitions out of those external files and does the computation mathematically instead of just going over and sampling the drawn graphic, which is really at best just an approximation of where that particular thing is. It's a very good approximation, but Carlson will give you those exact definitions. And even if you don't have it drawn in the drawing, if you have the definition as defined by, hey, start here at this X, Y, and Z location and go in this direction for that distance and change your elevations by that amount to go to the next point, all of that stuff is stored in those external files. So even if you have nothing in your drawing file, if you have those external files, you can recreate all of the things you need to recreate the drawing itself. Okay, and we're going to actually see that as part of our workflows as we go through the examples. Okay. So now the see if I can't get this to about, there's a single page. There we go. So what we have next to talk about is how the software is sort of laid out. We've got several interfaces. We have a ribbon interface, we have a menu interface, and we have toolbars or tool palettes. And so if you see things like right in here, you see the file, edit, view, draw, and inquiry. Those are actual pull down menus. And like right now, the settings menu is pulled down. And then you see underneath it here another thing that says file, setup, draft, points, etc. Well, those are tabs of the ribbon interface. So this is on the setup tab in the general section, or there's a general panel in this on the setup tab. That's all part of the ribbon interface, and that's there for you to use as well. I'll show you where it is and how you can turn it on and off, but it's not something that I have found that I use very often for a number of reasons. One is that I had become so used to the pull down menus and toolbars that trying to relearn the ribbon interface was a little bit counterproductive for me. But the biggest reason that I don't use it a whole lot is that it takes up a not insignificant amount of screen space. And I like to have all of the drawing space available that I can possibly get. So if you've got a very large external monitor or, second monitor or something it's using, then maybe that's something you want to use. Or if you're not, or if you're very used to ribbon interfaces, it certainly is helpful because it tends to group things in terms of workflow, whereas the menus tend to group things in terms of sequential command sets. Still a little bit of trade-off back and forth between the others. But so here's basically how the Carlson software is divided, though, in terms of its capabilities. And right here, you'll see this little thing called these general modules. These are the Carlson software modules. And there's a couple of others. There's, the specialty software modules that aren't necessarily represented in the generalized stuff. But you'll see here on this bottom row, there's a little surveying instrument, a total station. You'll see a roadway that sort of disappears into the distance. You'll see a rain cloud raining. You'll see a globe of the earth with a magnifying glass on it. Then you see one of the CAD logos, and then up here you've got like a pick and shovel or pick and or hammer, a tram car, a ore hauler truck. This one here is for like natural regrade for strip mining areas and all of that. So sort of the mining stuff. Then you'll see, a hard hat, a bulldozer, a couple of things, and a screen and a pen representing a CADNet type stuff, and then a lightning bolt. So what those icons mean are right here. You get the survey, civil, hydro, GIS, and telecad menu, and then you got all the mining stuff. And then the top row, you got the takeoff software, the construction menu, the field system, which is a subsystem that loads, and then point clouds. Again, a subsystem that loads. sort of over top of this stuff. All right, so these are what we call modules. And like I said, we're going to be staying almost entirely in the survey module, although any of these commands are, or not any of, but many of these commands are going to be available in these other modules. There are some specialized survey commands that are, say, not available in Civil, but Civil really has most of the commands that Survey has, and has quite a few others that Survey does not have. For instance, a lot of the road design things. And likewise with takeoff and such, you'll have commands that are more suited toward what contractors might be doing with drawings as opposed to what surveyors and engineering designers might be doing. Okay. So we're going to be sticking with those basic fundamentals, and most of those things are going to happen within these particular menus, what we call the general menus, called File, Edit, View, Draw, Inquiry, Settings, and Points. So every one of these modules that you might be in will all include the very same first 7 menus, File through Points, and they all have those same commands repeated in every one of those. Once you get past the Points menu, for instance, in this picture that you see here, it starts with Survey, then Coordinate Geometry or COGO, then Centerline, Area Layout, Annotate, Surface, GIS, etc., etc. It's the menu that's right after the Points menu that tells you that, hey, I'm in this particular module. In Survey, that menu is called Survey. In Civil, it's not called Civil, it's called 3D Data. In Takeoff, it's called, I forget what the first one is. It might actually be Takeoff, or it might be, I think it's Elevate is the name of it. So those are all the more specialized commands and tools, whereas the files through points are the generals. And let's see if we say anything further about it. Yeah, it's so down in here, we talk about what's on the menu, and that's these general versus modular menus. And this part of your book is not telling you about each of the commands. This is very overview. So File, Edit, View, Draw, Inquiry, Settings, and Points are the generals. Plus you also have window and help menus. And so on the general menus, you've got a file menu. So this is, 2 sentences about, or even 1 sentence about what the file menu does, the edit menu, the draw menu, inquiry, settings, points, etc. And then you get into the modular menus. And these are all the different modular menus that you would encounter. Again, not explained in any kind of depth, just what these particular menus break down into. And then that's all we really talk about the menus up here. If you want to know what, say, commands are on the edit menu, instead of just in general what that menu means, then that is what we talked about earlier up here in these command reference general menus. And then now that goes through all of the commands on that menu until you get into the draw menu, or the view menu rather. So that comes up next. Okay. So as you're using the manual and you see things like that, just keep that part in mind when it says up here in the front, what's about the menu. It's just basically telling you, these are where you go to look for this type of thing. Go to the second half of the manual to find out the particulars and all the details. Okay. Now, as we are working, we need to know where our files are going to go, where we keep all of this information that gets stored outside of and alongside with our DWG file. And those are going to be, instead of living in and becoming part of the DWG file, again, these are going to be kept outside of that DWG file, and we can have access to them through any particular DWG file as long as we point to the right files. There's a great advantage in that if you have your drawing file ever get corrupted, you're not going to lose all of that design information because now that file is corrupted and you can no longer get it loaded. And that's one of the big criticisms of systems like Civil 3D because they build a terrain model or a surface, and it just lives as part of the DWG file. It's embedded in that DWG file. The problem is, from a user standpoint, if that DWG file, if anything should happen to it, you've lost that entire surface. You can't get it into something else unless you export and save an external copy of it. The other disadvantage is if I'm working with data, I'm saying I'm using Civil 3D and I develop something and I want to share this file with, let's say I'm a surveyor and I develop a series of surface models that are basically the existing ground. Now you're going to need that as a civil engineering firm. You want to know what that existing ground is without you having to go out and recreate that. So you need the information that I may have done to develop that surface. I can then give you my drawing file and you will not be able to use that surface information that's in that file if it is something that's embedded in the file through that specialty software like Civil 3D. And if you don't have Civil 3D, you're not going to be able to use it directly. That's, sort of, as you can imagine, there's going to be some exceptions to that, and we'll actually get into some of those as well. But we have some nice exceptions. The fact that Carlson understands what Civil 3D files contain in them and can convert them. But the bottom line is, without any of those special tools, whoever I want to share that file with has got to have the same version of the same software to be able to carry on that process. Now, the software publisher, Autodesk, that's their really intended point with that, is that they want the other company to have to go out and buy Civil 3D to be able to continue the process. Carlson, on the other hand, because it stores those files externally, can still hand you a drawing file, and it doesn't matter if you're using Carlson or not. You can still use that drawing file. If you are using Carlson, then you're going to be able to use those external files. If you're not, then you're still going to have access to what gets put into the drawing file without requiring you to have additional software to run on top of it. So all of that to say is that we have a bunch of information that comes along with this, and it gets stored in these outside areas, these folders. And that's what this section of the manual is going to be talking about, this directory structure. And if you look right here, and we'll see it in the software in a little bit, is where this data folder is. And there are three different models, three different approaches to doing that. One is called a project folder approach, where you go through and define a series of folders. And you can see an example over here where I've got alignments and profiles, I've got drawing files, I've got others, I've got deliverables, PDFs, surfaces. It can be anything you want. It's not a rigid structure that is forced upon you. You can define it however you want to define it, and then you tell the software where certain types of files are going to be found. And really all you're doing with this is just telling it, okay, this is the default location. I want you to start looking in these locations first. There's nothing there that's really forced upon you. You can override it at any point. The other choices here, this drawing folder and fixed folder, if we skip over drawing folder for just a minute, the fixed folder is a model that was the way the software was years and years and years ago, back in its early days. That means you tell it a specific single folder somewhere on the computer that you want to put your design data in. And that's the way the software used to be. It was, in fact, it didn't even give you a choice to be able to decide where. It put it in a folder called SCAD backslant data, meaning, hey, this is where your data for this product that we call ServCAD back in the days when it was really just a surveying program. So everything went into ServCAD data, regardless of the project you were working on. With this other one, with the project folder set up, that set of folders can be very, very granular and can be for each individual project, some different things. The one that we probably will see most often, most people use, and some people don't know how to change away from it or do anything otherwise because it's the default condition, is this one called drawing folder. And that's the one that's there in the middle. And all that does is say, when you get ready to save a centerline file, or you want to read or load a centerline file or a profile or any of those things that are external files, go and look in the folder that the drawing is in. So that's basically what we call follow the drawing. So everything's going to go into the same drawing folder as where your DWG lives. Okay. So those are the three models that can be very helpful. We'll learn a little bit about those and what they're going to be used for, but for the most part, we're just going to leave it set for drawing folder in case yours are not, but the class will do that. And this, we'll talk about that. And we'll see all of this later. I'm not going to go through any of this stuff here. We talked about on these menus. And we're going to be talking about our settings next when we come back after the break. And that gets even more boring than what you've had to suffer through here for a little bit. I'm sorry to say, but we'll try to give you some examples at that point so you can work through and see how these things are going to have some effect. So we'll put a bookmark here. We'll come back after a break and explore some of these settings. But so for now, to be able to do that, let's go over to our software. If you haven't already done this, many of you might already have gotten this started. But go ahead and load up the Carlson software, and just if you don't know what it's asking for, just sort of follow along. Accepting some, just accept some defaults as you go through it. And I want you to come up and either have a, let's see, base map. Either see a file that you've got on there and go ahead and load it up, or just start a new file. And just have something that has some graphics in it so that we can sort of play around with it. Okay. And this is one that is actually a commercial project that I'm working on that's using a bunch of GIS coverages. This is a parcel database. But really that's not what I'm after. I'm just after just something in the file that you can play around with, that you can use if you want to use one of the sample files that came in your data sets, help yourself. But try to make sure you can always get back to the original version. So if you need to do a save as, and then we're going to see what effects that's going to have when we come back to it. Now what I've loaded up right here that you're looking at, not so much talking about the contents, but the interface. This is, if you see, here you see I've got my Carlson help. These are all of the different things in my Carlson software. But I also have under there this AutoCAD help. I've got down at the bottom about Carlson and about AutoCAD. So I'm running this one on a, official AutoCAD. This is the actual AutoCAD product itself. All right. That's what I've got this drawing loaded up and running on. But what I'll probably be switching to is, in fact, I will, in this same drawing, I can work them in and out different things, is the IntelliCAD version. And we'll talk about why I like that version and what advantages it may or may not be able to offer you, if that's something you want to consider. And it may not even be something you have to worry about because it's already taken care of at your company level. So with that, it being almost 10:30, I'm gonna go ahead and we'll call this our break. We'll come back and reconvene at 1:45 and get started playing around with this, learning the interface, learning some of these commands. And mostly the effects of the settings as to what we're going to do. So before we do that though, are there any particular questions, any burning issues that you guys have said, oh, hey, you just reminded me, I need to find out the question of that. Hopefully it's not throwing you into any dithers and,
Yeah, I have a quick question.
okay.
So when you're talking about putting the files, like the profile and alignments in the DWG file,
Well, they don't, the actual file definitions, the actual contents of those files don't actually live in the DWG file, just they live outside separately in a file.
right? So I guess my question is, so like if I'm creating center lines and profiles, and you know when you go through to export them,
Yeah.
it's not following the same path. So like I'll have to go in and repath it to get into the folder. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, and path by which is you're talking about the computer path, not the path along the ground that the alignment goes, right? You're talking,
Right. So like for example, if I were to go in and say export,
yeah,
and then it does center line, and then it'll take me to a different, like the last folder that I used, that might even be on a different job. And
yeah,
then I
yeah.
have to do the drop down, go into the
Okay.
correct folder.
Yeah, I see, and we'll take a look at that when we see that happen. And sometimes it does that. Sometimes it will stay based on the last thing that you used. But based on the last setting, and sometimes dialog boxes will do the same thing. They'll save
Right.
the settings from the last time you ran the command. But that's why we have those load and save buttons down at the bottoms of most of those dialogues so that we can load up those settings. Once we got satisfied with some settings, we can save them and then use them later on to load those up. Now,
Okay.
yeah, but when we define, say, that project-based directory structure, then where it's going to look will be in those, whichever ones we stored it to, or if we even say drawing specific, it will always look in that drawing thing first. But I'll show you.
Okay.
And sometimes it does, though. It switches over to last used. But I'll show you where to be able to set that back. It's sort of a, I wouldn't say it's not hidden. It's not intended to be hidden. But it's something that's not directly obvious out on the surface.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll go through this. All right, anybody else? Everybody good? So I'm going to pause that recording. And okay, everybody, I am back if you are. Just give me a thumbs up or let me know you're back and we'll go ahead.
We're back.
Okay. Hammy, you're okay, wonderful. Thank you. And I'll look at that. Here comes my tea. Great. Thanks, son.
I'll give you a tip.
Yeah, I'll give you a tip. All right, here's a tip. Don't play in the traffic. Okay. All right. So, like I said, we've got some things brought up in your drawing. Anybody have any problems? I keep getting my Microsoft Teams going nuts here. Okay. Does anybody have any problem getting a drawing up and loaded? Everybody's good with that, or getting the software opened, whether you have a drawing in there or not?
Yeah,
Everybody-
me and Robbie got it open.
Okay, so I mean, I
Yeah,
presume,
it's working for me.
okey doke. Now, like I said, we've got a couple of different interfaces. I'm right now inside the AutoCAD interface, and you can see this particular drawing, which is, if I look up here at the top, I am in this, oops, sorry. So yeah, if I look up here at the top, I am in this file called trmosaic acad.dwg. Now, if I exit that all the way out, I'm in the AutoCAD sessions. Here's my IntelliCAD. Let me see if I 2023. There we go. And yet on the IntelliCAD side, although not entirely identical, it looks quite a bit the same. And I got this same similar type of layout where I see my recent files. And can pick them from there. So that loads up. It's going to be set up very much the same. And that tells me my drawing. I've got points in the drawing file that do not agree 100% with points that are in the external coordinate file. And that's a setting that I've set to tell it to do that for me. And it will tell me give me a report. And so it says, here are all my deltas. Looks like they're all zeros. Well, so it says it had differences. They're probably way out into the 8th decimal place or something along those lines. So no consequence on that regard. All right. So bottom line of both of those little examples here is that I've got two different systems that I can use, AutoCAD and IntelliCAD.
Hey, Ken,
Yes.
what file are you in right now?
Oh, this is just one on mine. This is
Oh, okay.
a Sheets site plan. I don't even remember where it is.
No, okay. We it just wasn't in the files that were sent to us.
No, you won't see it in there. If you want to, I'm going to close that and let's open one up from there. Just to get an example, if I open files and I'm going to go to projects. Let's look at sample from T3 Global. Okay. So, in fact, everybody go ahead and load up this file called sample from T3 Global. And
It won't let my computer download that. It says was blocked because this type of file can harm your device.
oh, good Lord. It can't harm your device. I mean, any kind of file can harm your device. So if you don't have any files downloaded at all, huh?
I have all of them except that one. The
Well,
sample from T3 Global. It's the only one.
yeah, you should have been able to bring the whole folder down.
You got it pulled up, probably.
What's that?
You got this one pulled up. This.
Yeah.
I'll just follow along on Robbie's.
Okay. Or at some point, if he can give you, if you can, transfer that on the network or put it on a thumb drive or whatever, it would be helpful for you to have that file. That's ridiculous. But as Windows often is, sometimes it's Windows, sometimes it's a paranoid IT department, but anyway. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that file. That's, well, I don't know what to say about that. It's just, we have tools like Dropbox where we can store, because the email systems, it make it impossible to transfer data back and forth. So we have to come up with things like Dropbox. Well, then the paranoiacs get all over that and they say, we're not going to allow anything to come from Dropbox because there could be hidden viruses. Well, yeah, there can be hidden viruses everywhere, but you just anyway.
I actually got it figured out, so I
Okay.
think we're good now.
All right, so no problem. We have you have some things in the drawing and that's fine. Now, what do you all have yours running on? AutoCAD or IntelliCAD?
We're on IntelliCAD.
You're on
IntelliCAD too.
Okay, so we'll just stick with that. That's actually my preferred platform over AutoCAD. I've got them both. But the IntelliCAD side is actually free of charge. Doesn't cost me a thing to have it, and it's included with my Carlson purchase. The other, if I'm going to run it on AutoCAD, I have to actually buy AutoCAD and pay them a small fortune every year. So it works out in good favor to have it there, and I actually like it better. I think it performs better. It doesn't crash nearly as often. And it's got some pretty awesome tools that the AutoCAD version doesn't have in it. So pat yourselves on the back if you're running the IntelliCAD. I think it's finally gotten to where it's good shape. It used to be not quite as familiar, let's say, to AutoCAD users in its early days, but they've really, really improved it every time they get a new version. It's just that much better. So anyway, all right, so we've got a couple of things here in this drawing. So what I'd like you to do is, before you do anything else, because I want to come back to this drawing in a little bit in the future here, let's go to the file menus and do a save as. And let's put this wherever you're storing your data sets for the class. And let's just call this one first exercise or something like that. Okay, just something that we can leave the original sample from T3 Global intact. And by the way, Amy, I'm not sure if you recognize that company name, T3 Global, but those are the guys that I actually came to work with when I first moved up here, the John Hamilton guy that I was telling you about. And they spun off that, like I said, it was bought and sold several times. But the core staff from that original company spun off a new company called T3 Global, and they're there up on top of the hill there in Bridgeville, have what they call Abate, I don't know how to pronounce it, Business Park.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, and this site that you're looking at, we'll see a little bit later. This is actually the interchange down at Breezewood at the Turnpike when you get off there where all the Breezewood stuff is. So if you've ever traveled the Pennsylvania Turnpike, gone through Breezewood, and you're getting ready to go on to, you come down here, like over here's the big truck stop. And you come down here and then there's the light down here and you go this way up the ramp that puts you on I-70 out toward Maryland. So then that's that corner property. And it was a real project. And we're going to get a chance to play with some of this as we do some better work. But for now, we're just going to use it as a container that has a bunch of things drawn in it. And we're going to see a couple of things that we can do. All right. So with that in mind, let's see. I have a couple of things to point out. We have, if you look at my interface, I've got all of the pull down menus available at the top. I do not have any ribbons, but I have some toolbars. And this is just, again, user preference. It's what I've become used to. I'll show you how that can be set up and changed and what could be available. I think out of the box, you're going to see something like, if I switch to ribbon, and then yeah, so even if I switch to the ribbon interface, it brings up these ribbon panels, but it also still keeps the menus. I don't, if I turn that off, menu bar off, then there we go. And I would typically take these 3 rows of toolbars that I use, and I'm going to leave them on there for right now, but they would typically go away. And I would use my interface entirely through this. I'll get my setup. My file commands, my draft commands, my points survey, area layout. So you see those are sort of the same as the menu names. They're not entirely the same, and they're not entirely in the same order. And that's part of the reason I don't use this, is because it's a little confusing to me. Like I've got some draw tools over here versus draft, okay, and then I've also got annotation, which is, to me, all of those 3 terms are sort of synonymous. And I've also got not only annotation as a ribbon, but I've got an annotate ribbon. So I'm not real convinced that the programmers at Carlson really know how to make a killer user interface. Based on that, it's not like using the context menus from, say, Excel or Word. But they're there, and that's the way it is out of the box. I think that comes up, and that's fine. And if you learned that, there's not a thing wrong with that. It's just I don't particularly use it, and I also want to show people on the menus where things are, because that's the way the software is still organized, and that's the way the help system works on that software as well. So here's how, if you have it out here and you want to turn it off, if you go up next to the ribbons in some of the blank gray space and right click and choose switch to menu bar, it will turn the ribbons off and put the menus back up. Okay. Now, the other thing, I've got a quick access bar. Think. Maybe, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I think everything's right here that I need. Okay. So the way I've got mine set up, if you want to mimic this just in terms of following as we go along, it might be useful to you. If you have your own preference, fine, just disregard, but I'll show you how to turn these on and off. I have over here on this left-hand side, my properties palette, and it's sitting there and it's docked. And I can grab it by that little title bar there if I want, drag it over here and let it float. And you can see these are my properties, and I can close them on and off if I don't see it anywhere. All I need to do to get the properties bar to come up is to run the properties command, and I can do that by selecting anything in the drawing and right click and choose properties. So that's going to give me properties of that item. Okay. That's going to float that palette, and I've got a couple of things I can do with that. I've got this auto hide, and I've got the menu for the pallet that says allow docking. So that's going to let me park it over on the left-hand edge or right-hand edge, either way I want. And I can set up transparencies, auto hide. So I will put it on auto hide, for instance, and then just float it. And so if you like it that way, then it can stay over here and just live over there and stay sort of collapsed down. If I want to say, see the properties of this yellow text here, I can select it and then just hover the mouse over the strip, and that gives me access to it, and then move the mouse off of it and it will auto hide. Okay. So that's one way you can do that. I particularly like, though, myself to have it docked, and I just drag it over to the left edge and it snaps over there to that edge, and now it's docked on that side and it's there all the time. So anytime I want to use something or see its properties, it's always there for me. I don't have to go to it on and off. Some people actually open and close the entire properties palette as they go through the software, and that's fine too, but not necessarily. All right, so now I've got a series of toolbars that you see out here on the screen. I've got, first of all, here's the menus, and that's where we'll be getting most of the commands from as we go through, so that you know where they live. But once you're up and familiar with things, you're going to probably want some of these toolbars out, or you'll be using the ribbon interface. Any of those things are fine. But to see what is out here and how you may find them of use, and that if you want to have the same ones that I've got in the same position, here's where they come from. Again, I'm going to right click up here in this blank gray spot of the top area here next to one of the last of the toolbars, and this little menu comes up, and I've got a number of ways to get to it. I've got tool palettes, which is not the same thing. Okay, this tool palettes will bring this up on the side, and this is sort of like the ribbon interface, but it takes the menus and palletizes them over here on the side. Some people like that. Probably not a bad interface. Again, I like to keep as much screen real estate as I can. I'm going to go back to there, right click, and now I've got different menus that I can load and different toolbars that I can load. And I can do these sort of interactively. If I look, I've got Carlson toolbars, I've got C&G survey toolbars, I've got IntelliCAD toolbars, and I've got IntelliCAD in DG in mode toolbars. And I can load those up as I may see fit. I can also choose this command called toolbars ... and it brings up this toolbar settings dialog box, to which I can check on and off various toolbars. And don't just think that that's the end of it. Make sure you look up here and notice that there you can switch from the different categories. There's my Carlson ones. There's Carlson in DGN mode. Here's IntelliCAD. Okay, just like you saw on the right click access here as well. The one last place to look for that is on settings, where you've got this toolbar setup is the same thing that we just were looking at. And then we've also got the toolbar manager, and this lets you load and save various toolbar configurations. Like you might set it up to work on one particular type or style of work, and then you switch. Let's say you did that for your road design, and then the next week you're going to be working on survey projects, and you might have a different set of toolbars that you want to use in that regard. So that's the thought behind that and how you do it. Now, the ones that I have out, if you do want to see them, are here. I'll leave these up and you can see the ones that I've got checked on and off. I've got, first of all, the Carlson menus. See, that's the only one that's checked on that upper part of that screen. And that is this toolbar up here in the upper left, third down from the top. And it's the one that has the surveying instrument, the roadway, the cloud, the GIS, and that lets you switch between various modules. If you've only got the one module, that's probably not all that helpful for you because you don't really need to do that. Which you can also, you can pull down the settings.
Robbie's gonna restart his stuff. His computer's acting funny.
Okay, no problem. So you can also get to that, this Carlson menu you can pull from the settings menu. It's also on that. In fact, not all of these toolbars contain tools that are all contained on the menus. There's not anything on the toolbar that you have to have a toolbar for. It just makes it convenient. All right, so there's your Carlson menus. And I'll go down to the next screen down so you can see I've got draw, edit, elevate, entity properties, and grading. Now, and there's one below that, inquiry as well. So this draw is, and edit, those are both toolbars, but they're not, it's not the standard IntelliCAD draw toolbar, although it happens to be up here as well. And I'll show you that and where you can see those. Again, keep in mind, I'm up here in the Carlson toolbars category. Okay. So there's Carlson menus, there's draw, edit, elevate, entity properties, grading, inquiry, layers. And again, that's a Carlson layers toolbar, not the IntelliCAD layers toolbar, because it also exists. And then polylines. Some of these are sort of superfluous. Some of them I don't really use a lot. There's a couple of them that I use just one or two commands on, even though the toolbar itself is huge, and I haven't taken the time and effort to customize that into a separate toolbar. Next one down, I've got standard and surface. And that's it on the Carlson toolbars. And so I'm going to look next at my iCAD or IntelliCAD toolbars, and I see that I've got draw also checked there. So it's a different toolbar. It's the IntelliCAD draw toolbar. I've got entity snaps, which I don't use. I just put them there because a lot of people like to use them, and that shows you where they are and what they do. And then modify, and that's the IntelliCAD corollary to the Carlson edit tools. This is IntelliCAD modify. And that's it for those. And I don't think I have any of these others out. Yeah, that's it. I've just got IntelliCAD and Carlson toolbars, and here's where they are and what they do. Okay. So I've got up here at the top, if you hover the mouse over, you see those little dot things, that'll, if you just hover the mouse, that will pop up the name of the menu. So there's one called standard. The one underneath it is called surface. The one under that is called Carlson menus. Now, if I go over to any of these that you see as I'm hovering the mouse, I've also got the command will pop up with a little pop-up window to tell you what it is. And also look down on the lower left part of the screen, all the way down here where it says ready, right below the command line, down here on the bottom, that status bar. It says ready, but if you notice as I hover, I see not only the command name pop up at the cursor, but it also shows me the name of the command and a little bit of what it does on that bottom line. And not only that, but it shows you if you were to see, that says freezes layers by picking, it freezes layers by picking any entity on that layer, colon, then it says PICKOFF. That means that's the name of the command. So if you typed that command, that word, that is going to run that command. Okay, so that's another good way to sort of learn the interface. If I look at this one, it's called freehand. And I look down below, it says it draws unconstrained shapes following your mouse movements. If I look up here where it says join nearest, that joins lines or polylines together with a command called near join. Okay, so it's a great way to learn the tools and learn the interface. I will warn you that occasionally there will be one or two that the programmers missed getting something described down below, and it won't have anything down there, and you'll get frustrated because that's the one you want. All right, so, but it's also available in the help system at pretty much any given time as well. So as we're talking about these toolbars, here's just the way that I've managed to put mine in. I've got my standard toolbar, and this is from the Carlson. It's a toolbar, Carlson. This is from the Carlson set of toolbars, not IntelliCAD. So that was the Carlson. Whoosh. If I could get that somewhere else. Okay, now. So yeah, so from the Carlson toolbars, that's my standard. There is also an IntelliCAD standard, I think. Yeah, standard. And that looks like this, and it's very similar. I'm gonna sort of dock it right there underneath it. All right, so there's IntelliCAD's standard versus Carlson standard, and you can see the differences. There's a publish and print versus I've only got print from Carlson and print preview. There's my print preview page setup manager, things that I usually do just by pointing to the tabs at the bottom. I've got the find and replace and spell check here. I've got spell check, but no find and replace under that one. Cut, copy, paste, copy entity formatting. That's basically match properties. But not basically, that is what it is. Undo, redo, delete, clear drawing, which I think that just erases everything in it. And then there's access to the help system. So that's an example of the differences in the two, even though they're both called standard. One's from IntelliCAD, one's from Carlson. Now, I'm going to get rid of that toolbar. So I'm just going to grab it. When I hover the mouse and I see the 4 arrows as it pops the name of the toolbar up, I'm going to just drag it down in here to the clear space, and you can leave them floating like that if you like, or you can dock them, and then I'm going to click the little X in the upper right corner. So that one's out of my way. Okay. Now, if you want to take a look at those, again, there's the standard, there's Surface, and the only command that I really use on Surface quite frequently is this first one here called triangulate and contour. And then I use the visualizations. There's my 3D viewer, and there's my Surface file viewer, and I use those quite a bit. And that's really the 3 commands I use from that quite often, okay, that I would find. Now I do use these other commands quite a lot, but I usually just pick them from the menu. I don't really recall where they are, but the ones I use, and that's a shame because I've got a toolbar that goes from all the way my left edge all the way over to here, and I'm only really using 3 tools off of it. But you know, it is what it is, as they say. All right, so there's my standard. Here is my Carlson layers, because I've learned those tools. I like them in the way they are. The IntelliCAD layers toolbar has some of the same type tools, so either one's fine. And this one is called polylines. And you can see, you know, there's that, that's what that looks like. I can't. There it is. Okay. I get it. I don't know how. Let's see. My watershed. All right, so this one here, this Polylines toolbar, that is quite a helpful toolbar. I'd use several commands here from that. I use this one that says extend by distance. I use the join nearest all the time. I use these polyline editing commands, particularly add a vertex, erase a segment, 3D offset, and here's reverse. So those are the ones I use quite a bit off of there. Next one from there is my inquiry menu. And again, like surface, I only use particularly one, is this standard distance. No, that's, I can just type DIST, or I can pick it from the inquiry menu that says standard distance, or I can just click that. So I have that whole toolbar up there basically to give me access to that command quickly. So it's kind of stupid, but there it is. And then here's some other items now. Here, this is on my grading menu, which is separate from my surface menu. This is more of a design set of tools and calculations to look at volumes and such, whereas the surface toolbar deals with a single surface at a time, and it's how to set up and model that surface. Now, my entity properties is next. And that's where you set the current settings of whatever these are set to, whatever layer you're on, what color that you're going to be using, what line style, and what line weight. That whatever you have set here as current is going to be what the next thing you draw or create is going to inherit, those characteristics. We almost always have our color, line style, and line weight set to this special keyword called by layer, meaning that everything on those layers, if it has those colors, line styles, and line weights, called by layer, means it gets their definition from the overall layer definition. They don't have to, but that's just the way AutoCAD users have sort of evolved over time to do things. They can have very specific individual things. Like, for instance, this contour line that I selected right here, and you can see the little grips come up to show me how that little thing bends and twists and turns. I look over in my properties and I see it has a color of by layer, meaning it's going to get its color definition from the layer definition. It tells me it's on a layer called V-topo-majr, which stands for V being the survey discipline. And the reason they got V instead of S is because the structural engineers got in line first and they got the S's. And so survey gets V, civil gets C, architecture gets A, etc. in a CAD standard, what you call the US CAD standards. And it has a line type of by layer. And it has a line weight of by layer. But notice that they can have individual settings. So here's a line weight. We'll make that, let's see, sort of big and gaudy. And we'll give it, I'll say, dashed. Okay, so I can have an entity or an object or an element, whatever you want to call it, have the properties of something entirely different from all of the other items on that layer. But like I said, just by convention, people have, AutoCAD use has usually been to keep everything on a bi-layer basis. But sometimes you need to change individual things, and that's fine. So let's do a quick command to show you what I'm talking about, that how they're all sort of set up the same way. Let's go through the inquiry menu for a second and look at the layer inspector. So I now have, again, some different layers over here on the left, and this little docked dialog at the bottom. Unfortunately, I can't really, well, I guess I can expand it, but it doesn't really give me, I can't get this list to go any bigger, so it doesn't do me any good to expand that. So I'm going to put this back down here. All right, so now I've got a list of layers. 0, then V dash building, ident, V building, outline, V ditch, existing water, V light, et cetera, et cetera. I've got some things over here I can either zoom to. So if I say zoom is checked on, then when I choose that layer, it's going to find everything on that layer, display it, and zoom the drawing to where those things fit, but you're not zoomed out at that original scale. You can say highlight yes or no. If I highlight it, you see it dashes it. Okay. I can isolate it. That means it turns everything else off. So here it is not isolated, but highlighted. So tank and ruins highlighted, but not isolated, but zoomed. And that's on that particular layer. And then you can also choose this to restore the view on exit, meaning it will put the drawing back to the way it was before you went. Man. All right. So now we saw that other layer that we changed. It was on this layer called V Topo Major. All right. So I'm going to go down to the V Topos. I just scroll down here. There's a couple of other things this does for you here as well in this command. If I select a layer, I look over here and I see that there are 616 layers or items, entities on that layer. Okay. It also tells me what my current layer is. I've got these zoom in and out and pan left, right, up and down type commands, even though the mouse is really where we get at least most of that configuration comes from, that capability. So back to my Z topo, there's my break line. There's my DTMO is the next one, which is not sure. It's the outline of the obscured area. So the DTMO, that's the digital terrain model obscured. That's what that stands for. Now notice, so there's my one layer, there's the other, but I can actually select more than one layer. I can select this one and then hold the control key and add that to it. And let's add, say another one here, say the V Topo Major. So I can control click, shift click, do all these different things to look at more than one layer at a time. So this is, Amy, if you're familiar with it, this is a tool very similar to what's called layer walk. But it's just a means of isolating layers and showing you everything that's on that particular layer. And this is a really good command to know, because if you have some items, let's say I'm looking at this V Topo Minor. Well, maybe I'll get in here and I'll see that whoever made this file before I got it, they're showing the road center lines are on a layer called V Topo Minor. Well, they really shouldn't be on that layer. I need to have them on something else if I want to sort of keep track of the organization of it. So It's a good way to sort of help verify what you've got. But as you see, as I'm looking at any of these given things, you notice that they all happen to have the same, all of the entities have the same characteristics or properties. They have the same line style, the same color, and it's almost because it's probably because that they are all of the, they're getting that definition from their layer definition, okay? And yet, remember, we did that one particular contour segment, and this was on V topo MAJR. We changed that, remember? So all of these others are the major contour lines, and they're all that sort of a little thicker, lighter green. But this one we changed individually to have a specific color of red, a dashed line type, a thicker line weight. Okay, so either one can work. Now I'm going to go ahead and say exit here. Oh, by the way, a couple of other tools. If you want to very quickly erase everything on a particular layer, there's this button right here. What you're sitting on that particular layer on the left, or even more than one layer, and you could say erase entities, and it would get rid of everything that's on that particular layer. You would see the entity count change, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, there's some other tools that can also help do those things as well. All right, so I'm going to make sure I have restore view on exit is checked on, and I'm going to say exit, and it's going to put me right back where I was when I ran the command. And then that will, and the palette should go away. Okay. Now, so entities can have, they all have properties, and they can have typically by layer. Anytime you have an option to be like, and here's a line type that says continuous, and yet, by layer is usually what we use for these. Okay, so somebody has made that one -2. Let's see, here's one that was originally there, and its line type there says by layer. But it looks like all of the ones on VTopo minor are set to continuous. All right, so they might or might not be, but if I change the definition of the layer to be, say, a dashed pattern, if that one is set to continuous, it will not change. So don't think that if you just change the layer definition, which would look like this, we'll get to that later. If we come over here and change, say, from the stream definition to a dash definition or what have you, and if this stuff doesn't update, then it's very likely that it has a specifically set line type that doesn't say by layer. However, if we change the layer definition and we had entities defined as by layer, so if I look at my topo, let's just look at the ones we did, the topo major. So let's make them all say light blue, and let's set their line type to be fence. Okay. So now if I isolate that layer, just like we did with the layer view, then all of those contour lines became fence lines of a light blue color, and they're just following whatever I tell it the layer is. And this one, though, is set to something specific. Okay. Now, what tools am I using here? The one I just now used was called Layer Isolate. I'm going to restore that back. And we'll talk about these tools in specifics as we go through them. But where they are is here. anytime I want to help myself out in a view type situation, like I wanted to isolate only those things that are on that particular layer. So, and I could type, if you're used to the command, you could type LAYISO for layer isolate or whatever, but it's a very common type of layer tool now in both standard CAD and in Carlson tools. So because it is a view type of thing, I'm going to look at my view menu mostly to help me control that. And I see I've got some things here, and I've got some that are very, a little more advanced. I've got this 3D viewer and all that. We'll learn how to use that. But down here, all of these below this little dividing line, these are my layer type visibility things where I can freeze a layer by picking on it. I can thaw individual layers that are frozen. I can isolate and restore layers. Okay. Now, if you look at this is another helpful part of the interface. I've got a command there, and you see as I hover over that command, let me move this over here now. As I hover over these particular commands, view, there's that isolate layers. Look down at the bottom status bar, bottom left. It says freezes all the layers except the ones selected as an entity. Okay, so basically, you're going to pick one or two or more layers and say, isolate these and turn everything else off. And then restore will just put them back to the way they were. So what we talk about when we say isolate, and you'll see things like restore, you'll see there's certain things you can do with layers. You can turn them on and off, and you can freeze them or thaw them. Now, the difference in those two is if you turn a layer on and off, instead of freezing it and thawing it, if you turn it off, all it does is take it out of the view. It still can be operated on by certain commands that the keywords might select things on those layers. If you freeze it, then the CAD system temporarily knows nothing about anything on those frozen layers. It's as if you've taken those layers and completely lobotomized the CAD system so it no longer knows about them until you thaw the layers. So layer manipulation is very important to the software. We're going to be able to put like things on a particular layer. And that's how we typically work. And then when we start to get a bit more complexity in our drawings, we're going to find things like this layer isolate and layer restore as very helpful tools to, get some other things out of the way. So let's do that layer isolate. You can either pull down the view menu and choose isolate layers, or, and this is what I was starting to tell you about a minute ago, anytime you see those tools, and you see down at the bottom left or the bottom status line where it says freezes all the layers except blah, blah. Those were things that as you hover the mouse over toolbar buttons, you saw that type of behavior. But on your menu, if you pull this list down and you see an icon to the left of the command, what that tells you is that that command somewhere in the system lives on a toolbar. It doesn't tell you which one, but it at least tells you that it's there on a toolbar somewhere. And then if you go through the toolbars looking for it, you find it, then that can help you remember. So this one, even though it's on the view menu, is going to be on a toolbar, and it happens to be on this toolbar up here called the layers toolbar. So it contains the tools. There's isolate and restore, freeze by pick or freeze by multi-pick. Then there's thaw, and then there's thaw/on all. And then also on here is erase by layer, change layer, set the current layer, all of, as you say, lock the layers, all the different types of things you can do with layers. And this one, for instance, erase by layer, but that's not even, that's on my edit erase toolbar. See right there, erase by layer. So it's not anywhere near that same pull down list of commands, but they live on the same toolbar because they happen to be things that are typically associated with layer manipulation. So again, just something to help you as you learn. You've got the icons to the left. If you see it, it's on the toolbar. You may choose to use them or not. Okay. You can also choose to type those commands, and you'll see them in, let's say this layer isolate. They look down at the bottom strip that tells you what the typed command is. Okay. You can also set up a set of quick keys that let you type in and store abbreviated. Like if I wanted to do layer isolate, if I wanted to just type ISO for isolate as a command, I could do that in my quick keys, and it's going to be easier to type than ISOLATE. Okay. Again, we type down on the command line at the bottom. Let's see what, okay, so let's isolate that particular layer, not only that layer, and this is the one that we set this up. And that's the major contours, but I'm going to also isolate, and I'm just picking one to give it an example of things on those particular layers. I'll hit enter, and now I'm left with only the major contours and the minor contours. And you see, I changed the layer definition. So all of these ones that look like blue fence lines they have a property of by layer. So the color is by layer, the line type is by layer, the line weight is by layer, etc. But this is one that we changed to have specific dictated properties. So I'm going to go back to my layer properties. And again, I could type layer, or I could go to my view menu and choose layer control, or if I see that is an icon, I see the stack of layers and a little magnifying glass. I look around and I see it's not on my layer toolbar. You'd think it would be, right? But it's not there, but it's down here on my element properties or entity properties. I've got MOLC, which stands for Make Object Layer Current. And this one says Layer Control. So if I click that, that's going to bring up my layer control. And I'm going to scroll down and find that V topo major. There's a check mark beside it, which means it's the current layer. I can double click and change. It's frozen. So let's go over. Let's double click and set that one. So I can change the currently assigned layer just by double clicking or right click and choose it. So I'm going to go back and now put this back to the way it was. I'm going to make that 73. And instead of fence, I'm going to put it back. It was continuous, but as an existing contour, we may want to make it one of the dash patterns or something. Okay, so that's now back to the way it was. And if I want this one to go back to the way it was, I can select it and change its properties for color, color, line type, and line weight to be by layer instead of something specific. I can also, if I don't know what those are in particular that I necessarily want to change, I can have this match the characteristics of one of my other items. And let's just do that. And that's on this on the edit menu that says match properties. And it looks like that little paintbrush. Or again, I see that as an icon. It's right here in my standard toolbar. So if I do a paintbrush, it says select the entities. Now read down at the bottom where it says select the entity to copy the properties from. So I'm going to say use this as my source, and I'm going to pick this one up here. Okay, and now all I did was click on it. And now it says select the entities to copy the properties to, or settings. And you see the settings is, it has that capital S and it's B, or I'm sorry, it's blue. So if I type the letter S and hit enter, it will bring up those settings. So I can say, these are the properties that I want to transfer. You can restrict it and filter it to different ones. But typically, once they're done, you're set and forget. So now select the entities to copy the properties that you've just said, use from up here. Where do you want to put those properties? I'm going to click down here on this red one that I did and be done. And now that matches the other one. Okay. Couple of things about commands and how they work. You issue commands by either typing a command and hitting enter down at the command line, and that's down here. A lot of you may have the what's called this command line. Inputs. I'm trying to get an example of where that would work. Anyway, you could have, let's say if we, if I've got my, um, D, so, yeah, there we go. So now you see if I'm up here in my drawing area, instead of having to come all the way down to my command line at the bottom of the screen, I can do certain things and it knows what my cursor is doing. So now it wants to, I'm trying to select something in a crossing pattern, and it's giving me an opportunity to type in these coordinates, because that's the next thing that would naturally happen, is that I'm going to click a spot and it's going to read those coordinates. So if I click that, that's there now. Now I want to do something with that. I can right click it and let's say copy. And now notice everything that you also see down here on the command line at the bottom of the screen is now echoed to my cursor. So specify a base point or displacement. You can type a coordinate, you can click, you can, so I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to go from, I've selected two things to copy, and I want to copy them from here to, let's say, here. So it's just a reference point, but this is a means of, and that's probably what your system is set to, is that you get those little boxes that pop up as you're working on the software. If I'm creating an entity, it's going to follow that. That's called dynamic input, sometimes depending on the command. So if I were to, and if you just go off to the side, we're going to create a little polyline. Okay. So let's go first to the draw menu and let's choose draw 2D polyline. And this is going to bring up Carlson's draw command. And we'll just take the whatever defaults are there and say, okay. And we're going to click a spot and you see the cursor is moving, rubber banding, but we're not getting all of those little things popping up at the cursor with this particular command. Okay. I'm just going to click here, and as I click another spot, just make something like that. I select it. I see it is indeed a polyline because it has multiple segments in it. But I used a Carlson command to create it. If I type a command called P-L-I-N-E, P-line, or go ahead and spell out P-L-L-Y-L-I-N-E if you'd like, run the command. Now this is IntelliCAD's version of the same command. We can basically draw the same type of thing. I'm going to just sneak down here below this and just sort of copy it. Notice the prompting is now at the command line. Or I'm sorry, at the cursor, as well as at the command line. And it says enter to use the last point or slash, that's our or, angle bracket, start of polyline angle bracket. And that's what another key sign for you on the command line. If it's in angle brackets, that is the default that it's looking for. So the start of the polyline, I'm just going to click a spot, click, and now you see it's asking the next point. So it says, okay, because I'm going off at an angle and it's reading the distance and the angle. So it says at 78.87 feet at an angle of 48 degrees, 34 minutes and 47 seconds. If I'm set to be degrees, minutes, seconds, but it looks like it's not. It's set to be just decimal degrees. And I can click here and, follow that around. So that is my dynamic input. All of that stuff that happened at the cursor. If you don't like that, and if it gets in your way, come down here to the status bar where you see that little icon and it hover the mouse and it says dynamic mode. If you just double click it, you'll toggle it on and off. So I particularly don't like to have it cluttering up my view as I'm working on stuff. So I turn mine off. But if yours is on and if you like it, use it. If you don't, that's what it's there for. Now, navigating in and out of the drawing, you can roll the wheel on the mouse, assuming you have a wheel mouse. Most of us will for this type of software.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Oh, good heavens. My watch decided I was talking to SIRI. Anyway, so as I roll the mouse, if I zoom out and then move the cursor and then zoom in by rolling my wheel, and again, you see it sort of centers at wherever my cursor is pointed. Okay. But there's another motion I can use is I can press and hold the wheel as if it were a mouse button itself. And when I do that and move it around, it's recentering, where I'm looking at. It's what we call panning the drawing. Now, if I do that, I'm not moving those objects. They are staying exactly where they are. And it's represented by a point on the ground. I'm just changing the view of what I'm looking at. And there's a couple of other things. Let's say I get something like way out here and I don't know exactly where I am. There's a command called zoom that lets you do certain things. And I'll just type the word zoom, enter, and there's all these different options down at the bottom. I can zoom in, zoom out, zoom all, zoom to the center, dynamic, extends, left, blah, blah, blah. So if I zoom extents, that's going to zoom to the extents of all the entities in the drawing. And sometimes you'll do that and it will look like there's nothing out there. You know, it maybe will go way down like that and put this up in the corner, implying that there's something down here that you obviously couldn't see. Sometimes it's something you can find and select and erase it if it's just stray. Sometimes you have to do another type of command to sort of regather the data, and that would be typically erase outside, and then it's going to prompt you for a lower left and upper right corner of a rectangle, that anything outside of that area you want to get rid of, even though you can't see it and you can't select it because it's interfering with your ability to zoom extents, something like that. Okay. So those are all examples of some of these tools that we're going to use to help with the productivity flow, basically give us a little more efficiency on setting these things up. Okay. So play around with that a little, see what those commands can do, how they can work. Sometimes, again, you've got sometimes the Carlson command will give you a lot more flexibility and functionality than the IntelliCAD equivalent command. For instance, that P line command where I was creating the polyline, that was just, and I remember I've turned my data prompting off at the cursor, but you see it at the bottom there where it's asking for those different distances. And you notice there wasn't a whole lot I could do with that other than just respond to those points. But if I use the Carlson 2D polyline command, I've got all of these things. I can type a elevation for it. I can tell it to use the elevation based on the first point's elevation. Like if you snap to something, I can make these, as an offset from a particular center line. I can change them to be on a different layer. So if I wanted to put this on this layer called V site mark, I could do so. And if I, are drawing this around like that, there it is. And it created that. Even though I'm on this layer called V topo major, I did not have to switch to this major, to this layer called V site walk, because the command setting said to use that layer, and then it put me back where I was. So that to me is an advantage of using the Carlson version of the tool that draws polylines compared to using the built-in IntelliCAD version of drawing a polyline. The net result is the same, so it makes no difference which one you use. If what you're after is to create a polyline, either one of those methods works. The other advantage to using Carlson commands to create things in particular at specific geometry is if you are using points, and by points I'm talking about Carlson points, not AutoCAD points or IntelliCAD points, which there are such a thing. And we'll talk about the nuances and differences after lunch. But they are, Carlson lets you create a set of points and it stores them in an outside file. In fact, you can take multiple outside files and read and write points into your drawing from them. And then so I'm going to go with this. The Carlson commands, notice if I'm doing that same command, that P line command, okay, look at the prompts. It says, okay, arc distance follow half with width, but it says next point. So it's expecting a point input. Now I can either type a coordinate value in the form of X, comma, Y, and then optionally, comma, Z. So if I know those coordinates now, if I'm working in state plane mapping coordinates, I'm going to be typing here quite a bit of the day because I've got coordinates into the millions decimals, or not, into the millions place. Or I can also, instead of typing a value, I can click on the screen somewhere. That's really what all I was doing. I was just doing click, 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 and lo and behold, there's Homer Simpson's hairline, right? And then, of course, you can move those to different locations based on grip edits. Now, notice the Carlson commands variation there. It again says down at the command line, pick a point, or, and here's the difference, point numbers. So if I pick this point and go here, I'm doing the same thing just by picking points. But if I had point numbers, it lets me simply type in a point number, or in modern usage for this, an actual point name. And those are those coordinate geometry Carlson points that we were talking about. And we're going to learn about them and how to work with them when we come back from our lunch break. Okay. And we'll keep picking up on things like settings and what their effects are as well. So as we come into lunch, I will open the floor to any questions that might have occurred. Otherwise, we'll come back in an hour. So everybody good? Ready to take a longer break? Okay. Everybody stayed muted. I presume you're good with that. No questions. Is that true? Give me a thumbs up or unmute and say, yeah, it's good. That's okay. There's Amy's. All right, Joe and Robbie, I presume you guys are good to go. Okay. Well, in case they are, I hate to leave, Joe, Robbie, either one of you guys still there? I see your computer's on, but you're muted.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that you got the fact we're going to break for lunch, and if you had any questions, ask away. If not, we'll see you guys back here in an hour.
10-4.
All right, guys, be good. I'll mute everybody. I'll pause the recording, and I will actually going to pause the share so that when and now we'll be underway. So we sort of looked around a couple of tools that we've got to. We've done some layer isolates. We can do a layer restore again. A lot of these things are on the view menu, but if you're using the toolbar, sort of get familiar with where those are, it'll speed things up. There's a couple of other reasons I use that toolbar. For instance, I use this command here quite a bit. Let's see. If you've got your I'm going to restore these layers. Let's say you've got your drawing here and we're getting ready to to model the surface, and we want to put a boundary around that. And there's a command called shrink wrap entities. And if I just take a couple of things across the gaps, 2D polyline, and I'm just going to draw this here, and it's going to turn into something like this. And let's change this so you can see it. Let's give it a little weight. All right, so I've got something like that, and you see how convoluted this thing is. You can see all of these little
vertices around here that I don't necessarily need it to go that tight. So those of you that are familiar with polyline editing, there's several things you can do to edit the vertices along a polyline. If you select the polyline itself, you can hover the mouse over one of these grips and then choose one of these type of commands like remove vertex, or you can stretch and say put it up in a different place. You can, sort of generalize it with edits like this. You can also do things like if you hover over the midsection grip, you can convert it to an arc, or you can convert it back to a line. So those are sort of some nice little grip-based edits that you can do with a polyline. Now, what you used to have to do before, let's say I wanted to straighten this thing out from, say, this point right here, all the way across to this point over here. I wanted that to be one straight segment. In the old days, before you could do those grip edits, you used to have to do this command. You would run p-edit for polyline edit. You would select the polyline and notice all of these different options that come into play down here. So the one thing I want to do, you would think, would be to edit the vertices. Okay. And now you notice there's not a option down here that says delete. Well, you'd have to know that that means that the option we want to do is to straighten through some vertices. So I would have to choose straighten. And now I don't know where I'm actually sitting in the polyline right at the moment. And I have some options: next, previous, select, go, and exit. So I could say select, and I'm going to select that point right there. Okay, so that's where I'm sitting. Now, if you see, if I go P for previous, or N for next, N for next. All right, so I see that I'm actually, the direction next moving forward is to the left. So I'm going to actually need to come over here and start here. All right, so that's now where I'm going to start my command. That's where I'm sitting. And then I'm going to say, from there, I'm going to say, oh, actually, I think I have to get out of this and now say straighten. And let's select from here. And now I'm in the select command. So I'm going to, or straighten command. So I'm going to straighten from there. So I'm going to go next and then go all the way down to the place where I want to stop my straightening. I'm there, and now I have to choose the option to go. So go and execute the command, although apparently it started way back here instead. That's fine. All right, and then you would exit the vertices editing with the exit command, and then you would exit that to make that permanently happen. All right, so really cumbersome, right? So if I undo that, and I can do this with the grip edits, it's much more convenient if I say, just go through here and say, remove vertex, remove vertex, remove vertex. But you see, I still have to visit each one, even though it's a lot faster to do it this way. Okay, and I'm not even running the command. I'm just doing the grip edits. All right, so I'm going to undo that. So Carlson, though, gives you another command that keeps you from having to visit all that stuff individually. And that's a command called edit. And it's a polyline type of command. So it's in my polyline utilities. And I pull that menu to the right and I come down here and I find a menu called remove polyline, which does not mean erase the polyline. It means these are commands that are going to remove something about the polyline. And I want to remove a polyline vertex. Okay. So it prompts me to select the polyline and I'll see the vertices light up with these little temporary plus marks. It says pick a point to remove. Now, you could snap exactly to the endpoints, but you don't even have to be that precise. All you have to do is pick near, and the nearest one that you click toward is the one you want to remove. And I can do this in any particular order. And it's just really handy to get me there and then enter to end. So I hit the right mouse button or hit the enter key. And that takes care of that very quickly. So it's a really nice and handy way, fast way to get rid of it's like all of these coming around here. If I don't want to click all those together, I'll just repeat that last command, select this, and I'm going to just start sort of picking the ones I want to get rid of here. Maybe get rid of that one too. And there we go. There we're done. So it's a really handy command. But you notice I have to get to it by click, 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 click. All right. Not real efficient. But if I look at that, I say remove polyline vertex. Look down at that bottom status line. It says removes the user specified vertex from a polyline. The command is RMVERTEX. So if I were a typist and wanted to type the command, I could type that word, hit enter, and it does the same thing. That's faster than the menus. However, remove vertex, RMVERTEX, I would think maybe I should, come up with a different command for that or a different substitute. And that is under my settings, what are called quick keys. Okay. And I've got some different things, and these will all sort by these columns. If I click on it, it sorts it alphabetically. I'm going to come down and see there's one I want to use like RV. I just want to remove a vertex. So I'm going to come down here and see if there's one already defined or not. There is. Well, there it is. RV is already defined. And that means if I type RV and hit enter, it's going to spell out on the command line RMVERTEX so that I don't have to do that. And you can make your own. Like I say, you can add to it if it's not in here, or you can use the ones that are there. So that's just another approach. I can just type RV, hit enter, select that, and you see it's the same command that's coming up. So any number of ways you can do things like that. And that's with the quick keys, and it's on your settings menu. There's a number of them that are already supplied. Let's see. What's another one that maybe not be supplied that you could use a lot that are pretty handy? If we have, say, this, I'm going to join this and whoops, sorry. I'm going to join this and this. So now I see that, and I see that it is a closed polyline. So that's great. So now I could maybe, if I wanted to do a hatch on that command, I could hatch it. We'll just select that entity. So that was that one. And there is, based on that pattern, that fills that up with a hatched pattern. I could do a command like that. Let's say I wanted to just say, I just want to use the letter H. So I'll go back to my quick keys, and I'm going to scroll down here and see if I see any H's. This is not, well, there's, it's already there. All right, well, you get the idea. I could make one, you know, any command that I have, and that's not a really good illustration, but anything that I want, I can type a shortcut to it as long as it's not conflicting with another one. Or it's not conflicting with a keyword like copy, move, delete, that sort of stuff. And just sort of add that into my library of commands to use. So again, that just typing H and hitting enter, it brings up that very same command, and then maybe set my scale up to be a different scale. Okay. So any ways of getting to those commands, and that's one of the reasons I like this polyline toolbar, because it gives me a lot of the functionality that I see, and it's on edit, polyline utilities, remove polyline vertex. Now look at the icon to the left. And you see it's a pretty descriptive icon. It just shows a pencil eraser. Over the little red vertex. Okay, so that tells me it's going to erase the the polyline vertex, and that brings up that nice quick command that's quick and easy. But I don't want to have to go through it all. So I look up here on my polyline menu and I see that same icon, pencil eraser over the little red dot. Now there's also this pencil eraser over this red segment, which means it will erase any given segment. So it says select the polyline segment. So if I get rid of that one and say that one, and maybe that one. So that now that of course makes it into separate items. You know, every time it broke it and did a gap in there. Now, if I were to try to do the old way, you can do a p-edit, select the polyline, and then you could say E to edit the vertices. And let's just go next. And you see the little marker. And it steps through. I'm hitting next is the command I'm hitting. So if I wanted to get rid of this next segment, I type B to break. And then I go next again. And now I can say G to go. And that takes out that that particular segment. And then I'd have to exit and then exit and come back. All right, a little bit more cumbersome. And the approach was like this. When AutoCAD made that command, the p-edit command, they wrote it such that anything you could possibly want to do with a polyline, they tried to build into one single command. Whereas Carlson has taken the opposite approach. And they're saying, let's give you, like here's a remove duplicates, remove arcs, remove the segment, remove the vertex. These are all individual commands to do what that one command did to a bunch of options. This has individual commands because we really only want to do one of those things at any given time. So just a different approach. Either way, you still get the same results. So whichever way you want to do it is absolutely fine. At the end of the effort, you are left with the same result. You're still left with a polyline that has the vertices removed or the segment removed or, you know, what have you. So let's see, I've got something else up here on my screen. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. I had something popped up on my other screen. So, so, excuse me, the bottom line to all that is there are a number of different ways to do the same thing in the software. And any command that you use to do that is going to be perfectly acceptable. There's even another AutoCAD way to get rid of those segments is you can run what's called the break command. And that would be where you would break the polyline at a selected point, or you select an object and then a second point. You select an object, give it 2 points. So if I select this object and I give it, say, I want to go from this point to this point, it will break that out accordingly. And maybe that's more intuitive for you, in which case you're certainly free to use that command. Okay. So any number of ways to do something is perfectly acceptable. Now there's a couple of ways to select things, and there's a couple of implications of how you do some of these edits or issue certain commands. Let's say I want to copy this command, this border that I drew. It doesn't matter what, you can choose anything in the drawing. Suppose I want to copy that, I can select it, and then I can use the copy command, which is here, just a standard copy. Or I could use it from my modified toolbar on the right over here, which there's move, there's copy. Or I can right click and get a number of contextually aware commands that might apply to what you have selected. So if I copy this, right click and choose copy, it's going to ask me at the command line to specify a base point or give it a displacement or something. So if I just click a point for a base and click a point for a destination, okay. So you can do that. Now, that was me selecting the object first and then issuing the command. Now that is called that's a term that's called noun verb selection. So if I select the object, that's my noun. That's what I'm going to work on. The verb is the command. In that case, it would be copy or move or what have you, or trim or edit or remove a vertex, etc. So in the CAD system, I would say almost every single command in the CAD system, those standard commands like copy, move, things like that that are built into the as a CAD standard command, you can do that either way. You can either select it, that's our noun, and then issue the command, or you can issue the command and then look at the command line. It says now select what you want to copy. So now I pick the object. I'm through picking, or I can pick, additional things to copy. And now you see it's gotten those extra things that I picked. That's called verb noun selection. So I issued the command first. It asked me for what I want to do it to. Okay, so that's the verb noun. Now, the reason I point this out is that almost all of the Carlson commands are going to be in verb noun selection only. Like if I wanted to pre-select this polyline, and now I want to do that, remove polyline vertex, watch what happens. It clears that selection and goes back to the command line, says now select the polyline to remove from. So I had to select it again. Okay, so now there's those individual points, and I can just, take those out as I need. Okay, so most of the Carlson commands, and that's because the commands were written, 30 some years ago, back before the CAD system had the option to pre-select what you're going to do first. It was always verb noun. So a lot of the Carlson commands are still set up that way. So don't think there's a problem if you say, well, I want to do something to to those items, and now I want to do a Carlson command on that. Let's say I want to say copy that. Well, let's see, not copy. Let's say I want to oh, I don't know. Or maybe do those edits again. That one will work. So it's going to clear that and ask me to go back and select things again. All right, so just keep that part in mind, that if it does that and you're expecting it to work, it may not. Now, some are done that way. For instance, if I run this command under the view menu, 3D view, drawing viewer, and it asks me to select the entities. All right, so I'm going to say just select these particular ones, hit enter, and it goes into that particular viewer, and I can look at it in 3D and spin it around, all kinds of stuff. We'll learn this in a lot more detail later. Or that's one that does work by, I can pre-select and then choose that command, 3D view, drawing viewer, and it goes right straight to it. Okay, so that one does work in that regard, noun, verb, verb, noun, but a lot of them won't. It will clear your selection and make you reselect. So don't think something's wrong. That's just the way it's working. Now, in terms of selecting items, if you pre-select entities, all you have to do is click on them. And notice I clicked on that one and it's highlighted with the little dash. And I click on this one, it's also highlighted. Maybe I click on this one over here. And let's click on this one and this one. Okay, so you see they show up. Either the grips will come on or the little dash will highlight to show you that that is what is selected. Now, again, nothing's happening. Look at the command line. It's still waiting for me to issue a command. But with those selected, I can hold the shift key down and click on them, and it will unselect those particular things. Okay. I can also do a couple of key words. I can say W, meaning window, C, or not WC, but let's say actually, let's see, if I issue the command first, copy. So now to select the entity, so there's a couple of keywords I can use. I can say WC, which means you're going to select entities based on a circle. So you issue, let's see, W. Window. Sorry, not window, just plain old C for window, for crossing. So it gives me a crossing window. So I'm going to click and I'm going to notice when I go to the right or to the left, it's all that same green color in the dashed line. Okay. Now what this means is anything that the edges of this window cross are going to be selected. So if I click that, notice it's selected this one, this one, this one, these down here, and anything in between that was always there. If I, let's say instead, it's asking me to select windows. If I type W instead of crossing, I type W, that means the first corner of an inclusive window. So I have to click, and if I select like this, now the only things that are selected were the things that were completely within that window, not the things that are partially outside of it. It ignored those because they weren't given as a crossing. Okay. We also have some other keywords. If I copy, I have A, or the word all, which means it's everything that it can see in the drawing. And not only everything in the drawing, we'll talk about something else here in a minute. So there I'm getting ready to copy all those things over. But remember we talked a little bit earlier about how sometimes layers can be frozen and sometimes they can just be on or off, okay? If they are off instead of frozen, here's the implications of that. Here's a layer. If I select one of these white lines, that's on a layer called V-Topo VKLN. That's my break line layer. If I just turn that layer off instead of freezing it, I'm going to go to my layer controls, which is this button up here to the left of these pull downs, or view layer control. And I find that layer that was called V-Topo break line. I've got two choices. I can turn it on or off. I can freeze it or thaw it. If I turn it off, notice they go away. I don't see them in my drawing, but they're still thawed. Now watch what happens. If I copy, and if I type all, it gets everything. I hit enter to finish my selection. See, it still asks me to select objects. So I'm going to finish that selection. And I'm going to go from here over to here. Finish the command. Now it's copied everything there. So if I now go back to that layer, and if I take that layer that I turned off and turn it back on, notice they are back on here. They're also back on here because even though I couldn't see them, and if I had done the selection by picking on the screen, it would not have grabbed them. But when I typed all, it said, give me everything you know about in the drawing. It knew about those things on the layer, but they were turned off, but it still copied them, okay? Now, those out of here too. In contrast, if I freeze that layer, and I'll go back to that layer, BKL, and instead of on and off, I'm going to freeze it. Now, if I copy and type all, it gets not only everything it can see and things on off layers, but now if I go back and thaw that layer, notice they did not come across, because when you freeze a layer, IntelliCAD or AutoCAD, whatever you're using, is no longer aware of that, of entities on that layer. It's as if that layer did not exist during the time when it is frozen. Okay, so that's the distinction between on and off and freeze and thaw. And sometimes you want to use one, sometimes you want to use the other. I will tell you that in practicality, the and I still almost universally freeze and thaw. I very rarely will turn a layer off just to suppress its visibility. I'll go ahead and freeze it. And a lot of that is because that's the way I'm used to the way AutoCAD works, because again, the CAD system back in the early days only had freeze and thaw. They did not have on and off. It's not all that new now, but it wasn't in the beginning. So when I learned it, I never really got into using that on-off versus freeze-thaw. Anything will work in terms of limiting the visibility for that, but it has implication, as you just saw. Okay, so we have some select items with like the windowing and crossing and pick, or you can also choose L for last, the last item that was selected. So if I copy, it asks me to select items. If I just type L and hit enter, see, it found the last thing that I created. Okay. So what those are, if I look at my IntelliCAD manual help system, and let's expand this up and let's search for select. I gotta spell it correctly. All right, so selecting entities. It's like similar, select, there's all these different kind of ways to select, but if I select, let's see if I can get one that shows. Let's see here. If I select if I can get to it from here to select entities. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it from here. Here it is, select. So if I select, there's select all, how do I select entities? Well, choose a command or a tool first and select the entities, or you can select them first and then choose a command. Or you can select by clicking one not in a command and then use the grips. But when to select, understanding methods. Here we go, that's what I was looking for. So when you choose a command that requires you to select entities, like when you are deleting or modifying entities, etc., you can use these shortcuts. There was the word all, ALL, that we use that selects all the entities in the current drawing. You can, once you have certain things selected, you can add to that set by typing plus or A to add. You can remove from that set by typing the minus key or R for remove. You can use P that selects the previous things that were selected, so you don't have to go back and repick them. You can use L for last, W for window, anything that's fully inside the window, or C, things that are intersecting the window that you draw as they cross it. Or you can say, get everything outside a particular window, or you can window by a polyline, do a crossing polygon out. So all of these different methods, select by properties, do a select or a quick select. Crossing by a fence means instead of a window edge, you draw just the line to select entities. Okay. So these are all options to you on the select prompt. And here's a really excellent example that you can use to understand that. Go off to the side of your drawing here somewhere. Now let's draw a rectangle. So I'm going to draw in the draw menu, choose rectangle, and I'm going to click a box and click a box up here. Okay. You should have now a drawn rectangle. Now I'm going to draw a line from the lower left corner to the upper right corner. So I'm going to draw I'm going to draw, I draw almost everything as a polyline. It doesn't matter. You can use line, but I'm going to go to the draw menu, 2D polyline, and it says some options. I'm just going to, let's put this on I'm going to say pick. I'm going to get this red layer and we'll make it, say magenta colored. And I'm going to say, okay, now I want to go from this corner down here up to this corner. And notice when I get close to that corner, I get that little red box and it says endpoint. That's what is called my object snapping. And that's up here on this toolbar. You see it's snapped right now, set for endpoint snap. Or if I hold the shift key and right click the mouse, it brings up that same menu. So I'm going to go from the endpoint down here. And since it's already permanently set anyway, I'm going to come up here to this corner and pick there. Now I've got that drawn. Okay. Now what I'm going to do next is going to be one of the more advanced CAD commands. I'm going to array, I'm going to make a set of these lines that basically spin themselves around here. You'll see what's going to happen here in a minute. If I do this command, let's go to see where they put the array command. I don't think they, no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where they've hidden that. All right, let's go over to our modify toolbar, because it is a modification. Let's see. Huh, I had to look up where they put it. But over here on our modify toolbar, is I'm going to come down here and find this command that looks like, let's see, that's a rectangular array. And I want to do a circular array. If I do, no, not that. Let's just type the word array, A-R-R-A-Y. So select the entities to array. I want to array that diagonal line. Now, by default, you can see in the little angle brackets, it says rectangular. Well, I'm going to change that to a polar because I want it to go in a circle. So I'm going to say a polar array instead. And it says, all right, where's the center of that array? I want it to go to the midpoint of that line. So I'm going to shift right click and I'm going to choose midpoint snap. I see that point comes up and I click. See, I don't have to be right on it. I just finds the midpoint and I click. And now it starts to do a circle, but it's going to do it by some of these options down below. Let's say the angle between, right now, the angle between is sort of, you know, like 60 degrees or something. But if I say angle between and I say 5 degrees, all right, so that's how closely they'll be apart. But I want to say my fill angle, F to fill angle, I want to say 360 degrees all the way around the circle. See if I can get that done. What's going on? Number of items. This is one that might actually be easier in in AutoCAD. Let's see. Fill angle 360. There we go. All right, so I'm going to go all the way around the circle. I gave it the number of items, 100 items. I said fill angle 360. Now, if I hit enter, that's done that. That's pulled all of those things around in that circle. Now, I want to do an offset here. So I'm going to go to the edit menu, choose offset, standard offset, and it says specify a distance. I can either type a distance or I can pick a distance. So I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to say go from here to say here, that showed the distance graphically. And now it says select the entity. So I'm going to select this. And now it says, which side do you want to offset, to the outside or the inside? So I'm just going to click on the inside and hit enter to finish. So now I've got another little boundary on the inside. And so what I want to do with this thing that I've just done is, let's say I want to trim everything outside of this line and then trim everything inside of this line. And so to do that, I would have to say, I can actually do it at the same time. If I select both of those cutting edges and say trim, or if I right click and choose trim, it says select the cutting entities. So these are the cutting entities. Okay, I'm finished selecting those. I hit enter, and now it says select the things to trim. So I'm going to pick on these. And why did it not? Let's see. That has an elevation of 0. This has an elevation. Oh, it's all right. Sorry. It works a little differently than AutoCAD. So this being an array, I need to now explode that back into its individual lines. So I'm going to go over here to the modify toolbar and get explode, or I'm going to go to edit. I think should have an explode tool. Right here. So I do a standard explode, and if I explode that array, now I've got individual lines. Actually, I think I've got more than, I think I've got 2. I do. If I select that, I've got 2. I've got one stacked right over top of the other one. All right, so I'm going to show you a quick way to get rid of some duplications. I'm going to go to the file menu and choose drawing cleanup. We'll talk about this one a little bit later on some other examples. Well, let's choose file drawing cleanup, and I'm going to go down to the bottom and hit the clear button. And then I'm going to go up here to the top, and I'm just going to click where it says remove duplicate line work. I'll say leave it set to entire drawing. I'll say okay. It got rid of those extra duplications. So now I've got individual lines. All right. Now back to trim. So if I select my cutting edges, finish the selection, now select the things you want to trim. So I could go through here and do this. Well, obviously I'm going to have to do it 100 times around the outside, 100 times around the inside to get all that stuff to work. Okay. Here's some more out here. So that may be what I'm trying to do. Or let's even do it. Let's put that back into do it this way. So we need a way of being able to quickly select those things. And so let's say if I want to do that trim, I'll select these cutting edges. Now, instead of having to pick, I can do a number of things. I can do that C for crossing. If I type C, and I draw a crossing window, so everything that crosses goes away and there, and then I can do some others. Now, there's a couple of shortcuts even to that. I don't really have to type C, and I don't have to type W to be crossing or window. That's what we call implied windowing. So if I just click out here in space, and if I move the cursor now after I've clicked to the left, see, I can select all of those things with that crossing window. Same thing here. I can do it like that. Or I can click individually. Now, if I were to go to if I want to get these, and if I click here, If I go to the left, you see it's green and dashed. That means crossing. But if I move to the right, it becomes blue and solid. That means it has to all be within the window. And of course, it doesn't trim these whole things out here because it didn't know which side to keep there. So when I did the crossing, it selected on that edge. Okay, so now the other option that we're going to do is if I say trim now, I pre-selected, I've already shown it the crossing. It says now select the things you want to trim. One of those options was called fence. So if I type F, that means I'm going to draw lines. I'm going to get right outside the edge here. I'm going to go from there across to here. And then I'm going to go and click here and go down to here. And I'll click there and come across to here, then maybe, all right, let's say of those, I'm going to finish my fence selection. And why it did not work. Boy, this is great. So if I finish that, all right, that one's not working with noun verb. If I do it verb noun first, I think that'll work. Now, F defense. Yeah, so anytime now that I am still issuing my fence command, as I go about it, I'm getting just with a single line, so I'm not really having to worry about those window selections, okay? Now the another option here though is let's say you wanted to trim out the space in between it. So if I did a trim and said like that, then I would have to individually go through here and pick each of these. Or if I said fence and just start drawing around here to sort of, sort of trace my path through the middle. Now I've got that, and I could then erase. Again, selecting by fence, I'll just come across here to turn my snapping off. Then select. There we go. I just want to draw. An option like that. So it could be some ways that are now, of course, if I were doing that erase, might be easier just to do a crossing because all I really have to do is get enough to where they all cross and they'll take care of it that way. Okay, so a number of different ways you can select things. There's also a number of ways to do that selection is if you select something, let's say I want to change all of these index type contours. Okay, so I want to do something that works on them and only those type of things. Well, a couple of things I can do is I can isolate that layer, again, view, isolate layers, and pick that. And now I can, it's a lot easier to select things just by grabbing them like such, okay? But another way of doing that, if you don't necessarily want to do that layer isolation, is if you select something and then you right click and say select similar. Notice it will find all the things that are the same entity type, the same properties, and on the same layer. And now you can issue the command that you want to work with those. Let's say copy, and we'll go from there to there. Okay. So everybody get a sense of some of the ways that you can really speed up your operations. You don't have to go through and meticulously select a bunch of things. There's ways you can do it by limiting the visibility. You can, let's say I wanted to, change the text style on all of these particular types of text, but I don't want to have to hunt through my drawing. So I'll just select similar. And then maybe add another one. I thought that was going to be the same thing. It must have been a different size or something. So that looks like I've got most of them. Got one over here. I'll select similar. Now I'm right clicking and selecting similar. So I've got all those pieces of text now. So if I go up here and say, let's make them some kind of strange looking color here, sort of a butterscotch. And let's change the style to be legend, and let's make their height 10, just so we can see it get bigger. Okay. So that's a way to select everything, change the font, change the color. I could have changed the layer, but just a way to keep you from having to, try to pick each one, and maybe you'll miss one. So just some things to keep in mind. You've got a lot of options and keywords and things that you can do. For instance, if I select that text, right click and select similar, but now I want to add to that one also. It's on a different layer. See up here, it says layer varies. So I've got those selected, but I don't want to change, say, these two. Then I can just shift and pick those individually. Okay. Or I could, let's say we want to copy, just as an example. I'll say P for previous. It gets everything that was previously selected. Notice it's asking me to keep selecting entities. It tells me I have 56 in the set. Keep selecting entities. Now, if I just keep picking like this, it's implied that I'm adding to my selection set. Notice I've now gone from 56 to 57 to 58. But one of my keywords, remember, was, and here I'll be at 59 if I get this one. And up here's a couple of more. I'll just select those. Let me grab previous, yeah. And so now if I select this one, and I'm trying to select similar, okay. So now if I didn't want, if I wanted everything except, say, a few in here, I could type R to remove. And so now it's, let's see, it's not. So if I copy P for previous. All right, so I've got all of those selected, and now if I copy, it's already selected in that set, so I'm going to now say, press escape. If I see that again and type P for Yeah, there we go. So P for previous, it found all 75, but it's still asking me to select entities. And so now if I type R to remove, I've now gone from add mode to subtract mode. And so now the things that I click on, you see the counting is going backward. If I then type A to add, whoops, yeah, then A to add, now I can start picking up some extra things. Okay, so you see how the R to remove and A to add, I hit enter. And now if I bring those over to the side, you can see there I've added these, but I removed these from my overall selection set. And that's what that's called, is a set of selected entities. So keep all of those keywords in mind and various ways to do things. Another thing that was new for AutoCAD users, but is pretty common for Windows software users, is if you select something, then if you want to unselect it, you just hold the shift key down and click them, and it, and then let the shift key up, and you can add things to it back and forth. Now you may notice as I click on something here, sometimes you'll see this little box pop up, and that's called my selection cycling indicator. And you see the little blue icon next to the cursor that looks like two overlapping little squares. That means there's multiple things there. And what that means is if I were to simply click on this, right now it's telling me with that little, I'm just hovering right now, but if I hover over it and I see that show up, that means there's more than one thing there. If I click, it gives me a way to choose which of those things I'm going to select. And they're one's just right straight over top of the other, so I can't really tell that it's two different things. I'm only seeing the one that's on top. So this is a way to choose either both of them with all, none of them, or one or the other, or it can even be three. So if I zoom like way out and I go to click here, see I've got multiple things that it could have been based on where I clicked. Now, if you're not seeing that, there's an option called command cycling, and it's normally it would show up down here. Under under AutoCAD, excuse me, there's one of these items, which are the things that are displayed on my status bar. And it would say selection cycling, but that's not in IntelliCAD, at least in this particular version of it, is not one of these that I can set here. So I have to set that with a command. Okay. So if you just go to the command line and type select, as it sees that command, it brings up all of these different things that have that word in it. I've got things like select, and that would just run the command. If I look at selection cycling, I'm going to click on the question mark here. And it tells me that that controls the display of visual aids if I have to use selection cycling. 0, they're disabled. 1 is an icon displays when you hover over it. That's that double overlap little square. 2 means that both visual aids, the icon, and the list are enabled. 3 means that a list displays if it's overlapping, but you don't get the little visual that says it's on there. Okay. And there's an option, you make it a negative value, that means it will keep them turned off, but the original setting is still saved with the drawing. All right, so it can be anywhere from -3 to +3. Right now the default is 3. where you get them both. So if for some reason this is simply set to, maybe it's turned off. So if I say selection cycling, and I say 0. Now, if I point to that edge over there that had a double thing, like I can cross it and you'll see up here, I've got 2 items. But if I just hover on it and click, I'm always going to get the one that's sitting in front of the other one, the one that's on top of the other one. And that's not by elevation, but by the order that it was drawn into the drawing. It's what they call the drawing order. Okay, so that's one that is probably best to set to 2 or 2. Let me see here if I select. What was 3? I forgot. Here's a selection list displays. Yeah, without the entity. So 2 will give you the little icon and the list will pop up. Okay. So there's a couple of other things you can do with those. Selection cycling mode determines the method of cycling through entities that overlap. And if it's 0, which means you would use the control key and click to cycle through the different entities. 1 means a multi-click is used to cycle through, and 2 means shift and spacebar cycles through. So right now it's default to 0, so that even if I were to pick this, I can either do it like that, or if I use control and click, it would cycle through those, well, as long as these things are off. All right, so the easiest one to use is that selection cycling. And make sure it's on for 2. So then anytime you go to select something, if there's multiples there, you just click and you can choose based on where you clicked. It lets you choose without having to figure out which one you're actually wanting to get. If that's off, what you'd have to do is hold the control key and click, and it will cycle through the various options. If you have it set to shift space bar, that's another keyboard combination that cycles through the various options. And once it highlights whichever one you're on, then you hit enter to pick that one. All right, so that's what you see. If you don't see that, go ahead and turn that part on. Again, it's selection cycling. To start typing the word select, this should pop up, come down and choose selection cycling and set that to 2. Okay. Now, with that, let's have a little bit of let's have a look at some of these various commands that you might see that are not part of standard CAD. And one of the first things to do, and particularly you guys, Joe and Robbie, if you get drawings in from other people, maybe an engineering firm has done something and they send you the drawings that you're going to start working with. So one of the first things that you need to do with that drawing is make sure it's in the shape that you need it to be for you to work with it. And that's going to be a lot of these tools in this command here called drawing cleanup. So go ahead and run that. And this is going to bring up a little dialogue where you can set various things to work on the drawing or on a selection set. Notice my choices at the bottom here, entities to process, entire drawing, or a selection set. And you're going to use it to reset some of the maybe errors that you don't want to have to deal with. And there's various options here, and every single one of these things in this dialog box is available somewhere else as another command, but this sort of groups everything together that you typically have to do to condition a drawing. And down at the bottom, there's an OK, cancel, clear, defaults, and help. So if I choose defaults, it's going to set a series of choices based on what the programmer said should be the default condition. Okay. If you say clear, it clears everything else. And show that. That's the default, and then clear. Okay, I don't know why that one didn't go, but anyway, clear should clear all of those options out, and then you can individually change them as you like. So here's what they do. The first one sets the user coordinate system, or UCS, to world coordinates. Now, this is pretty important in our field because we typically always work in world coordinates. Architects, on the other hand, will quite often, if let's say they've got this, let's say this is their main building that they're designing right here. So they'll sometimes, instead of having this, if I look at that and hover in that grip and then look down here on my command line or my status bar down below here, if I sit there, I see that that coordinate is one in the X or the easting, it's 1,831,879.57 feet. Northing is 242,692.63 feet, and it has an elevation of 0. All right, so instead of using those coordinates, sometimes an architect, for instance, will say, all right, I'm going to call that coordinate 0, 0, and I'm going to call this coordinate up here 0, 30, and this coordinate over here is going to be 25, 0, 25, 10, and then over here might be 30, 10, and up here might be 30, 30. All right, so they're going to set up a temporary user coordinate system that aligns with their buildings, for instance. You'll get that a lot of times from outside firms. And so, but you want it to come back into world coordinates because most often, if you see the range of these coordinates are up in the millions and the hundreds of thousands, that means that it was probably done, and this one was, on the state plane survey, you know, the state plane coordinate system for your area of the world, which is pretty helpful to have everything all lined up in the same coordinates. So even if it's there, and also even if you have a drawing like this, sometimes you'll get it into where your drawing will be so this one. There we go. So now this is set up to where this is now, the drawing is rotated so that the building is square, but everything else is sort of, now I didn't rotate those entities. I let them exactly where they were in space. All I did was change my view. And notice I can look over here and see that my little icon down here in the lower left that shows my X-axis and my Y-axis, this being my east coordinates, these being my north coordinates, they're now showing me that they're rotated. But you see that square around the origin point? That tells me I'm in the world coordinate system. So that coordinate up here, if I look down here on my status bar, I see that that coordinate is still what it always was, 183.187.9.7, etc. Okay, now, I can also set an actual user coordinate system and set its origin right here. So that's 0, 0. And I can also then say, let's make this a 3-point. I'm going to go from here and a point on the X-axis, and then a point in the XY plane with positive Y value. So now you see that X and Y, and if I select this and choose that corner, hover over it, look down in my coordinate system, that's 0, 0. I look over here and it is 57.74, 0. Up here it is 68.73, 63.41. So that now has a localized different set of coordinates based on it being in this user-defined coordinate system. Notice that little square is missing from my icon. Now, if you, by some reason, do not see the icon, you can type the command UCS icon and turn it on or off or reset the origin or whatever. So I'm going to have it on so I know what system I'm in. Okay, so now I'm in a different coordinate system. And if I, I can reset my view over here. Let's see, let's go to grid. So now that's back, or I want to set my crosshairs as whatever. Do yeah, on my settings, crosshairs, I'm going to set my crosshairs and match my entity here. Not plan. Now let's see where to put that. So if I set the crosshairs either to align with the selected line or to a user specified slope, and that resets to horizontal. That's now to use this entity. Well, that's supposed to square those crosshairs back up. It won't matter anyway. You've got something like this that might come in from the architects where they've got a separate user coordinate system set up and it's not matching it. So if I go back to file and my drawing cleanup, then one of the things I might want to do is to set that user coordinate system back to the world coordinates. Okay. So if I do just that one and say, okay, it's run it. It gave me a little report that really had nothing to report, but notice my icon down here now has reset it back. And even though the view is rotated, north is no longer straight up on the page, but north in terms of coordinate space goes off at this angle. So I'm now matching back to that original survey. And I can then go to my twist screen, say restore due north. And now it's all re-rotated back the way we had it. All right, so that's one of those options in our drawing cleanup, just reset that to world coordinates. You can also, again, if you're getting in from an architect, it might be coming at you 12 times larger than what you're dealing with on ground distances because they work in inches and we work in feet as part of our units. So if it isn't in inches, it will reset it into decimal format. You can also use it to import any XREFs, which are external reference files. You can bring them into the current drawing. You can remove any layers that have nothing in them to sort of clean up that long list of layers. If there's nothing on them, you can use that. That's called a purge.
You can rename things, you can remove any unused blocks and line types and styles, or you can, so all of this different things you can do. And remember the one I did before was this remove duplicate line work. Those were those purple lines that we drew over here. So it lets you do that. You can remove duplicate text, any text that's over top of the other. Removing duplicate points, and you can see you can specify a tolerance. Okay, so all of these different things. Another one that's common, especially with civil drawings, is this join line work with same endpoints, because you might have a bunch of lines that say come at you like this. If I explode this polyline, you see that's a line, that's a line, that's a line. They're all individual pieces. I can't get that whole line. So if I tell it to join all of those that have the same endpoints as part of my drawing cleanup, says join line work with the same endpoints, and join 193 entities. Now I look at that, it's to being a single entity as it needs to be. Okay. So again, a lot of these things you're going to find in here, and here's another big one, especially coming from outside, is you can convert things from Civil 3D, again, which have surfaces, points, and parcels, and alignments, and profiles stored in the drawing. If you turn that on and run that, it is going to take all of those things and convert them into the form that you need for Carlson to do those particular items. You can convert invisible to visible entities. That's something that I very rarely use, but you might have to. You can erase blank text entities, and that means you might have a piece of text that has been edited, and maybe somebody just put spaces in it, so it's just extra crap in your drawing you don't need. You can do those. If you have a bunch of hatches that are slowing your drawing down, you can get rid of those. And that is that fill within a space, like those cross hatches we did earlier for that sidewalk island. Now, this one is also pretty good. To remove zero length and fragmentary line work. So if you've got just little itty bitty stray pieces of lines that maybe they trimmed something and didn't get rid of the extra little pieces, you can say, get rid of those things, and you can give it a particular length that you want to use. So anything smaller than this number that you specify will get erased because it's not really something you need to deal with. You can remove arcs from polylines. And this is a little bit of a misnomer here. We'll talk about that a little bit later. It says 3D only. That doesn't mean exactly that. It means, and this is something that we typically use for polylines. They are still 2D polylines, but we're saying 3D only. That says, well, look at the 2D polylines. If any of those polylines have arcs in them, remove the arcs, but only look at those that have a specified elevation. So even though it's 2D, it's all at a constant elevation. That means non-zero elevated polylines. And that's typically done on contours. So sometimes you'll get a bunch of contour lines and they've got circular arcs in the corners of them. A lot of times you'll see that in ponds and stuff like that. And you might want to get rid of the arcs because you want to change those arcs into little bitty segments that go around and approximate the arc. There's no real need to do that, but sometimes you'll get some problem areas that you'll need to fix up like that. Okay, so that's one item. Now, the other one that's big is if you get a huge file, it's got thousands of contour lines, and the vertices in those contour lines might be really, really close together. Like, well, here, these are all pretty limited. Pretty good. But let's say this one, for instance, you see all these vertices around the corners like this and such. And sometimes they're, let's say from here to here to here,
if I don't need that point there, it's just sort of in the middle. Or let's even, I'm gonna add a couple of vertices in here. Let me turn this off. And I'm just going to, or let me change that to mirrors. There we go. So if I'm just going to add, you know, a bunch of these little vertices in here, that segment is staying straight. I don't really need the vertices there. I don't need those points there because they're all in a straight line. I really only need the end points to define it. But I have a vertex actually in that line, and I want to get rid of those. It's what we call weeding. You might see that in some other software. So if I choose that in my drawing cleanup to remove, reduce polyline vertices, I can give it a distance. So if it's within, let's say 2/10 of being on the same line horizontally and vertically, and I say, okay. Now it tells me it got rid of 5,000 vertices out of a total of 21,500. Now I go back and select this. Now you see where we've added those points up here, which is right in here. It got rid of those. Okay. Now, the reason you might want to do that is this, because sometimes you'll get something that is, let me put that back. There we go, but back. So you might get something that is drawn maybe as an arc, and it's, you know, duplicated this. And if I select this, I get all of these little points. Now, here's the implication of that. When I use this geometry to build a surface, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. Let me show you what this is meaning. Center and midpoint, there we go. So what happens is when we build, sorry, let me get one more. Let me turn that midpoint off. So if I build a series of, if I use that to build my surfaces, surfaces are built by creating triangles to represent a little triangular patch of ground, because it takes 3 points to define a plane in 3 dimensions. Okay. So each one of those would represent, let's say this white line has a, you know, varies in elevation all the way around the corner. I've got a point here. And so if I want to model this ground in here, I'm going to say from here up to here and over to here, that's one particular triangular slice. And then it joins to this next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. And those are all put together and makes a continuous surface. Okay. That's fine, that's good. And the tighter or the more of these little points along these edges that you get, the more triangles you form and the smoother that looks. However, and you guys that do this with your machine control stuff know, the more of those that you have, the more data that grader or excavator or whatever you has to hold in its memory and controller, and it has to get real detailed there, when really, if you go from here over to here and then maybe to the midpoint and then maybe over here, that's really all that you need. Okay. So you don't need all the complexity because everything else is going to be good enough. So you reduce the complexity, the files are smaller, they'll work faster, and you won't wind up with the option of, let's say these are real close together and maybe you're going down a, or maybe this line has, you know, 25 different vertices in it along here. So every one of those vertices, see, I've only got the 2, but if that one came to me like this, if I said I want to go here and I want to set there every 1 foot. Okay, so now when I select this, you see it's got a vertex every foot along this line, no matter whether it needed it or not. So what that means is that let's do this other one as well. We'll repeat. Every 1 foot. Okay, so when it goes to build the surfaces, with these being so close together, every single vertex along that entity and along this entity and along these other entities that it can see, every vertex will become a vertex in the model, in the terrain model, and it will form the corner of a triangle. So you can see here, you're going to get, hundreds of these little triangles back and forth, but one of them is going to just come down up to this edge and to this edge, and there will be no vertices in here. So you get some really long and skinny, weird kind of triangles in here. You might wind up with getting some blade chatter on your dozers. So there's just knowing the implications of that. So if we do our drawing cleanup, and we're going to remove zeros and reduce the polygon vertices, and this time we'll give it a cutoff of 0.2. So that got rid of 5,200 out of 26,000 this time. And so now we're back down to a more reasonable means. So in this case, I'll get a triangle that, say, from this corner down to this corner, back up to this corner. So that's this entire piece of ground is going to be just, between those 3 points. Same thing as over here. And then as it goes around the curve, it has to get a little more dense to represent the curve. So it's a trade-off. You want to be as less complex as you can be to still get the job done, but you want to be complex enough that you replicate the shape of the way things are. So if you do it too much and give it too much of a reduction, you'll have the effect of doing this, to where, let's get rid of, say, those and then these. So now this particular one, let's change the color so you can see it separately. So that particular curve line, even though this point is on the curb and this point is on the curb and this point's on the curb, it can't pick up the sweep of the curve as it comes around the corners, and it will unnecessarily simplify that, and you'll wind up trying to build out to this edge instead of the edge that floats around this area here too. So that's something to keep in mind, and there's settings that we're going to look at in a little bit to control how much that gets done. Okay, but that's the implication, is you might want to reduce the number of vertices to keep the number of triangles down, so you're not having just hundreds of thousands of them in your model. Now, we'll tell you this. Modern computers are now such that that is much less of a problem than it used to be, because we now have lots of memory, we now have faster processors. So it's just a matter, if you notice some deterioration in the way things are performing, you might want to consider those kind of reductions. So keep those things in mind, that if it is a vertex in the drawing, it's going to form part of a triangle if that is the data that you're using to model your surfaces. Okay, and sometimes you'll add to what you've got, sometimes you'll take away from what you've got. And we'll talk about some of those probably tomorrow as we get more into the surface model. Okay, but that's a great tool, this drawing cleanup, that can do a number of these different things for you. Now here is one of these tools that's really, really handy. just one of these options, and it is this set elevations outside a range to 0. So if you turn that on, and if you say, give it a minimum and a maximum, so you know your site is sitting around elevation, say 500, you can say, well, let's go from 200 to 600. Anything outside that range, we're going to make it 0. So we don't get rid of the entity. We just set its elevation to 0, because sometimes you'll get a drawing in from somebody and they've got the wrong elevation on something. Sometimes it'll be set to like minus 40,000. And if you use that to build your surfaces, you're going to get some really weird surfaces. So you want to make sure that everything looks good and is in the expected elevation range. But now, the other thing is that if you suspect that you've got something wrong in your data, you can use this tool to just hit the clear everything out and turn this one on, and then choose scan drawing. And it goes through and looks at everything in the drawing, and it says, okay, I'm finding a minimum elevation. Now it ignores zeros, because there's a lot of things that are drawn at 0 that are not implied to be 3-dimensional. So it says, I find things that range from basically 1280 up to 1350. Okay. So I could then say, wow, okay, that's my minimum, that's my maximum, that's probably okay. But if this number here came back with something like -5 or -25,000, or this number was like 50,000, something way out of whack, then I know that something somewhere has the wrong elevation. So I'm going to have it find where that is and take that entity and make it 0 elevation, and I'll fix it later. Okay. So that's a really handy tool. And this particular tool set, Drawing Cleanup, will let you go through and do a lot of those things. Again, here's your defaults. And remember, this set elevation outside range to 0. If you don't scan the drawing first, it's going to go by default here from -1,000 to +20,000, or whatever those numbers are. And so I would turn that on, make sure you scan your drawing, and then you could say, well, let's go from say 1,000 up to say 1,500. Okay. You can do that and then hit okay, and it'll go through and tell you everything that it did as of the report. So I got rid of 2 empty layers. I got rid of 27 duplicate points. So that might have been helpful. Again, when you get rid of duplicate points, that means they're not going to try to form additional triangles. Okay, so all of these others, so this drawing was actually fairly clean to begin with. So we didn't have very many problems. But let's say you had let's say this contour line, instead of being at elevation 1350 or 1315, let's say it was accidentally set to 1350. You're looking at this data, you can't tell that it's going to cause a problem. If I'm going to come down here and freeze off these through the break lines for a minute. So that looks like, hey, I've got something here I can build a surface out of. I go here and I'm going to triangulate and contour and build myself a surface. I'm going to write a file. I'm going to call that EG for existing ground. I'll ignore zeros. I will use inclusions, exclusions. I'm not going to draw any contours. I don't know. Let's go ahead and draw 1s and 5s. Then I'll label them. I just want to make sure to show you what's going to happen with this. And if I say okay, and I go through here and I'll set my inclusion, no exclusions, and I grab everything here. Now it's going to run, and it says elevation range from 1280 to 13,150 will create 11,870 contours. Now it gave me that warning, so I'm going to say okay, but now look what happens. If I weren't drawing the contours, it would just come back and say, hey, I did what you asked me to do. I built your surface. There it is, but you're going to see the results of it right here. finishes and I got some other crossings and stuff like that. I'm just going to ignore them for the moment. So now you see I've got that one particular contour being at, 10 times higher than it was supposed to be. It created this little sort of vertical cliff in here. And I can even, see that. If I go to view my 3D stuff, you can see it becomes quite obvious. Like sometimes it won't be a whole line. Sometimes it'll just be like a point somewhere and you'll get a bunch of little ring contours. So you'll get a little well in the ground or a witch's hat on the ground, that sort of thing. You'll see some problems that you can't see by just looking at that drawing in plan view. So as soon as this thing catches up, it'll show you. All right, so what this is actually, that's what this would look like. And those are all the contours, that's part of that surface. It comes up to the bottom edge and goes all the way up here and then comes all the way back down on this backside and comes back down. So that's an obvious problem in our model. Okay, so I'm going to erase by layer. And then let's just pick these contours here. And I could also have looked at that by just looking at the original data in 3D. And this is another good QA/QC tool that I do a lot of. You see that one stray contour that's way up there? And you can also tell it if you use this color by elevation, then I see that, oh, okay, I've got something that's way out of whack. Everything down here is blue down in the lower ends, but I've got something else way up here in the 13,150 range, and it's red. It's whatever those colors happen to be. So that tells me, hey, I've got a problem with this one. I know it's there. I can either, if I see it and I can make the edits correctly, or I can run that drawing cleanup and say, set that range to 0, and it will go through and do all this stuff. You set one entity outside the elevation range to 0, and if I look at that now at its properties over here, I see it has an elevation of 0, and then now I can set that accordingly to the it's at the 1315, not 50. So you can how easily errors can creep in. You can also now go back and view that again in 3D. And this time, the colors are more evenly distributed from lows to highs, and I can zoom it, spin it up, and I see that, okay, that's a bit more like what I was expecting to see, and then that should produce a much better surface. I'll run this again, keep the same except that let's even turn the contours off. And I'm not draw the contours. There we go. Choose that. Now I'm going to choose my boundary. No exclusions. Grab my data. And you're going to see so what happened is that it came back and built the surface, gave me no report here about any contours. Had I not drawn the contours the first time, I would have gotten this and I said, oh, good, I built my surface, everything's good. I start working on it, and that's where my problems come in because I haven't looked at that yet. But now if I look at that resulting surface, I can see, in fact, let me turn my colors off. So now it's got, a lot better, and I can turn my contours on. Instead of 1 foot. the way they delivered it to me. Now I see that building that surface from that data, I've got some problems like over in here, got some, maybe some points that shouldn't have been there, or I've got, some areas out in here that this is actually, I know this site, this is actually a retaining wall, and it's pulled these edges of that slope down, which should not have happened, but I built it from the contours that were drawn and not from the break lines. We'll talk about that a little bit as we get into our surface modeling tomorrow. But again, in a number of ways, I can fix all of that. I can say remove this point, and it will heal the surface, you know, as we go along. If that in fact is the way that works. And you have to know something about the site to be able to do that. You could add, let's turn our triangle edges on, and maybe we could tell from this that we want to put in a break line, say from say say from there up to there. It's not able to add that one. All right, so you see how it now pulled those contours back, and if I went from there to say there, see how it's pulling that the base of that little hill. You know, making it more like what it's really looked like out there in the ground. I don't know that that is, you know, I think the break line of this is actually closer back in here going this way, so it's not even as far out as it goes in here. So there's a lot of things in here that are not modeled correctly if I do it, but it lets me edit the surface if I need to. And really, when I go to model this, if I use the break line, see right in here's that retaining wall. But there's no elevations on that one. The elevation that gets, you see, it would just pull out from the ends of these contour lines, go into these contour lines, and that's what gave that problem to start with. But if we use the 3D lines that we turned off, those white lines, that will carry the elevations along those edges, and you'd see those really stand out nicely. And just to show you that difference, if I put everything back on, and now I'm going to freeze the contour lines and do the same thing for these. As the obscured areas. Now I have only break lines and points. And does that represent my site? Even though I don't have the contours, well, yeah, I can look at that and I can see the general shape of that site. And if I look at that around that little, you see up there, that retaining wall, that it's a loading dock actually. And now if I build that surface again, the one, if I look at that surface, again, it's the same surface and it's stored as an external file. Let's turn the triangle edges off. And now if I look up here at that loading dock, that's a lot better as to what the reality is out there on the ground. That's what it was supposed to be. But the original contours that I did the first modeling from were the only elevation information I gave it. When I used the break lines, it defined that edge. Now, the reality of that is even not exactly right, because I have this feature to be a loading dock retaining wall, it really, what they did is they defined the base of it out here. They defined the top of it out here, but there's really, right in here, there's supposed to be another top right up here so that that becomes flat and it comes a near vertical face. So right now it makes it a sloped face. And there's some ways to put that in there as well. If we break this, say from here, do the same thing here. Now I've got this single line with elevation, but that's the top at the back. And if I do an offset for that, let's do a three. Let me first of all measure this distance. If I go from here to there, that's going to be 1.85. So let's call it, say, 1.5 feet. So if I do a 3D offset now, first of all, well, let me finish this command. I'm going to go 1.5 feet away. 0. I'll go from here. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I'm doing it very wrong. I'm doing the wrong one. Let me. Put these in the back. All right, now. If I break this guy from here. Then this guy from here. Well, I don't. That not. Now, 2 points. Specify this object here. Shoot this up just a little bit. I'm going to roll it up here and break that from here to the same point. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. And it keeps interfering with that line underneath it is what's going on. Now, don't worry about, all right, so that one's already broken in the right spot. All right, so now if I do a 3D offset here, I'm going to go 1.5 feet away at 0. Take this one and go to that side now. So that will be the other top of that line, 1.5 feet. Let me get rid of that one. And Come down and back a little ways. Now, if you, you know, see the results of that, if we go back to our triangulation. When we look at that surface. Now you'll see that that loading dock, that wall, and you can see the actual top of the wall. And you see how it's a much more vertical face. Along that structure. So that's really a lot more about how that wall should be modeled. It's got a line along the face, along the front, down at the ground. All they did was from the aerial mapping, they compiled the back edge of the wall across the top, but that wall has a top width and we don't know what it is, but we guess a foot and a half. And so that now made it a lot closer to what really happens out there on the ground. Okay, so that's just sort of some of the things that you can use these cleanups to do and work your way around it. You know, work the site. There's a couple of other things you can look at. For instance, these curbs. Now, I'm not going to necessarily say that this is incorrect, but if you look at these curves, those are the curb lines down here on the street. I've got the face of the curb and I've got the back of the curb back here. But you see, if it were truly like a concrete curb, you would expect to see another line right in here. That's the top of the curb out here neck that's almost vertical over this bottom line. But they're showing what would be a triangular curb that's just laid back. Now that may actually be the way that curb exists. It might truly be a triangular curb. So you can't just automatically go and do things like, if we did need to fix it though, we would do something like this 3D offset, and I'm going to go just a little bit, just 0.05 horizontally, and I'm going to go a half foot above. And I'm going to say, take this guy and go to this side. And I'm going to take this guy and go to that side. Now, when I look at those structures in my 3D model, purple line. Let's see. Three. I've done the same. Done the same thing I did the last time. Let me show you this better. Let's take these polygons. Put them back. If we take a look at that, put it there, do the same thing over here. All right, much better. So now as we zoom in here, we can see that we've added that top edge. So that's now more like a standard concrete curb that has that near vertical face on the outside of it. And when you model that surface, instead of it looking like a laid back wedge curb, it will actually pick that up and make it into a straight faced curb, which you can see with this same type of distinction. So if you look down here at these curves, you can see that top edge as it made that as a near vertical. Same thing with this one. But the ones over here are still sort of that there you can see it. You can see it better right in here. You see how it's laid back like a wedge curb. Okay. So we're going to learn some of those tips and tricks and techniques and how you can define all that. And here you can really see right in there. You see how that looks like a wedge curb through there. And that may really be what it is. You know, we don't know. In fact, I believe that that is what it is. Just the fact that I know that site a little bit, not for certain. But sometimes you'll have to do some of that kind of conditioning to be able to define these. So you don't want those to be laid back curb, wedge curb. You want them to be these straight vertical face curbs. And sometimes what you get from the designers will be like what we got. We just have the two lines, and we'll have to go through and add that extra 3D line to make that into a little bit more about what we're looking for. And let me see if I can cast a shadow better. Well, you can see across the street here, it's a wedge, and here it's a vertical. Okay, so just knowing that and knowing some of those tools and techniques, how you can very quickly improve that model. And you also notice when we use the break lines, remember those weird points that were over here? They're now gone because we're not using those trimmed off drawn contours. We're using the actual break lines themselves. Okay. And again, we had that discussion about that retaining wall loading dock kind of thing. Same thing over here across the street. These are raised planters up in the site that's over here. Same thing here, that site's been raised up for that particular property. Okay, so we're going to learn all of those techniques and how to do those things as we come through here. And a lot of it is going to be knowing what to look for, knowing the tools that are going to help you see them, and knowing the tools that you're going to need to use to create or supplement the data that you're going to use to model those surfaces. Okay. So again, don't worry. I'm sure you probably were not able to follow along with everything I was doing. I was just going to show you those effects and some of the things that you've got to look for and look at and figure out how to modify stuff in your drawing. Okay, so we're going to take our break here at about right here at 3:05. We'll come back at say 3:15 because we've got a little bit shorter afternoon session than we did a morning session. No, I'm sorry, we got it backwards, right? We went 9 to 12 and then 1 to 4:30, yeah. So, yeah, so we'll come back at 20, at say 3:20. We'll go ahead and take our full 15 minutes. And then we're going to talk about some settings and some of the things that they do. And we're going to start talking about points. And again, keep in mind points and 3D or elevated line work, which the line work has within it these little vertices, and every one of those, it's just exactly like we just had a bunch of points all along that feature. We don't really need to do it because the feature itself contains the points. Those are vertices, and that's what makes the triangles. And if you look back at that particular area, you can see all of these little triangle edges. You see every corner of each of those triangles, there's a point out there in the file, either a point on the ground or it is a point along a vertex. In fact, let's do an overlay here. Let's just take this corner in 3D and let's add that surface to it. And let's then, let's do it the wrong direction. We look at the surface first. And let's turn off the contours. And then let's add those things from the model. Okay, so there now you can see all of the little points that were part of those drawn polylines. And you see that, see how that forms that nice vertical step over there. And here it's more of a laid back wedge curve. So every time you see those points of a triangle, that's on the edge of, say that there's a line through there, a line through there, and a line through there. This point up here is probably just a point out in space. It's not part of a line, but it still forms part of the surface. So that's what makes your surfaces are points and the vertices within three-dimensional line work. And we're going to use all of that information to define all of those little edge to edge triangles, stitch them all together, and then make one continuous surface that we're going to use to do things like, figure out where the water flows, or to figure out if we're going to put a building pad over here, how much we have to cut out of this ground to set the building pad at elevation, or how much we have to fill it to come up to meet the pad. And, those are the tools that we're going to use to be able to do our modeling. Okay, so it's just knowing where those are and how to manipulate them. All right. So with that, it's now coming into 3:10. So we will, let's come back at 3:25. So at 25 after the hour, we'll pick back up. That'll give you the 15 minutes. Again, now that you've sort of been drinking out of the fire hose, does anybody have any particular questions that came to mind? Everybody good? All righty. I'm going to pause the record. Now, so we sort of seen a whirlwind tour as to some of the things that we typically associate with getting some drawings in with some other people, how to do some corrections and that sort of thing. So let's take a look at some settings right now and what some of those implications mean for when we do our modeling. And our design work. So if you go to the settings menu and let's choose Carlson configure, the third item down. We're going to talk about some of these. And one thing I want you to notice is that at the bottom of a lot of dialog boxes, this one included, you see load and save buttons, which is where you can, once you configure things the way you like it, you can save those off into a named file, put them, say, in a network accessible location for everybody in the company to get access to, and load them. So let's say if you're doing a job for PennDOT, they may want things to be on particular layers and different line styles, text, things like that. So you build all your dialog boxes and get them just right, save that off and use them later. Or then maybe there's another one that you're doing for a private client that has completely different set of those kind of settings. So that's what that's for. Always take a look at any of these dialog boxes, because you're going to see, if you've not noticed it already, there are a lot of information that you have to fill out with some of these dialog boxes. Sometimes they'll have like 5 or 6 tabs inside the dialog box, and each tab has 20 to 30 different settings. Sometimes individual tabs have load and save buttons within a particular dialog box that also has an overall load and save button. So just be familiar with those, okay? Now, the first one I want you to take a look at is the third button down where it says survey settings. And I forget what the new versions of Carlson have as a default. Probably they have this set to compact for the CG survey menu. That's what it used to be anyway. They may have it set to none. And unless you are using the old C&G survey command sets for your work, and I doubt any of you would be, I would just leave that to none, and that will take that menu out of your menu set. You don't need it if you're not using those things. Okay. But if you are, you can certainly use them. So I would set that to none. And then you can, I'm going to uncheck this automatic compare for now on mine. I had it on for a different client. And I'm going to say, okay. And that's all I really need to worry about that. And now we have a couple of things. Let's look at the surface settings button for now. And these items, these distances and sample counts and such in the upper part is not something we need to worry about with the type of modeling we do. This will be more for, say, the mining customers or people that are going to be using grid-based modeling, and we're going to be using triangulation-based modeling. So we don't need to worry about those or these grid resolutions down through here. The only thing we want to really make sure that we have on is this track 10 history, include detailed source data, and track surface data changes. So those 3 things are the ones we want to make sure that we have. Okay. Say okay to that. Now, the project data folders. So I'm going up one on the left. This is where we tell it where to find files when it's asking us to choose a file or asking us where to save a file. So if we choose drawing folder, now you may have noticed as I went through some of those examples pretty quickly, I just kept clicking, and the files always just showed up right under my cursor because I had it set to this drawing folder. So it's putting all of the files that I'm working with, and in this particular case, it was really only that surface file, the eg.tin. And so I don't have to go and track it down. It's always there with my drawing, and that's where my file choosing box is pointing to. That's where everything goes by default. And again, your organization, however, may want to set up a project folder structure, in which case you would create a bunch of folders and subfolders predefined, and they would be created for every time you create a new project, wherever that project is, in whatever drive, whatever location, underneath that project, it builds all of this folder structure that you predefined. And it's anything you want. It can be anything, again, you see I've got like deed information, I've got point cloud and PDFs, I've got some contract information folders. So it doesn't even have to be a set of folders that relate to any type of Carlson data. I just have it pointing to these different locations, and it's all underneath up here where it says project. It's whatever my project is. When I make a new project, whatever name I give it, then each one of those is going to have this set of folders under it, and it will create those for you. If you happen to have that project folder already existing and it has one or more of these subfolders listed under it, it doesn't erase them and recreate this. It just adds to it what it needs to add and leaves everything else safely intact. Okay. So that's how you set that up. Now, the data type subfolders is where, if that is set up and you look at these particular different categories of type of work, let's say we just look at all categories, we see over here that we have a series of file types, these dot 3 letters, that's the extension that you'll see on a file, tells you what those files mean. And in the subfolder areas where you tell it where to store it. So for instance, here's mine. I have a .cl. That is a centerline file, and I'm telling it to put that in whatever the project is, subfolder data, subfolder alignments and profiles, because it's reading that tree of folders that we just looked at a minute ago and showing me, giving me a choice to tell it where that's supposed to live. Okay. Now that doesn't force anything there. All that does is it starts looking there, and when you go to save it, that's where it starts you out. Or if you go to open it, that's where it starts you looking for those files. Okay. So it can be handy if your company uses those. We're going to leave ours set to drawing folder, but here's a neat little trick that, in case you ever wondered, hey, I've got this file, I've got this file with an extension on it that says .pro. What kind of file is that? Well, if you go into your settings, configure, and project data folders, and just temporarily switch it over here to project folder, and then use your data type subfolders, because these are in here in alphabetical order, and you can sort them by clicking on the type. Just scroll down here and say, let's find the what did I say, a .pro, or there's a PRO. I can look over here and say, oh, that's a profile file, okay? Or what is a CRD, for instance? Then I would look up here and see that, well, then there's a CTR, which you might think that means a contour, but it's a strato isopac auto run setting. Why it's a CTR, I couldn't tell you. But a CRD and a CRD B, that's a new format. Those are both coordinate files. One happens to be a database file that contains a lot of GIS stuff with it. All right. So it's a nice little way to find out the different types and what those definitions are. And if I look all the way at the bottom, I see I've actually got 236 different file types in my particular version of Carlson as to what those file types might be. So if you ever see a file type and you don't know what it, you don't recognize what it is, for instance, there's a TIN file, which is a triangulation surface. It stands for triangulated irregular network. And that's what you saw a minute ago with a network of those triangles. That's that triangulated network that defines that surface. Okay, so that's a little handy trick, just to temporarily set it there and then put it back to drawing folder and you can cancel. Now, some startup settings, I'm going to the right in that same level, is I give it a starting drawing template. Does everybody know what a drawing template is? Amy, I'm guessing you might. And Joe and Robbie, you might not if you're brand new to CAD. So a drawing template is it's another drawing file, but it's just a starter file. It's one that you're going to use to start things off with. And it's going to have things in it like predefined layers, line styles. You might even have, that starting file, if you're producing drawings to deliver to somebody as finished drawings, you might have title blocks in it. You might have, something that has, say, some typed instructions for somebody who's setting up a new file. You might put that in the drawing so they can see it. It's just really whatever drawing file with predefined things in it, and they can be entities that you've drawn. They can just be definitions. So it's just something to get you started with, so you're not having to build all that stuff from the ground up every time you start a new drawing. Okay, and there's a number of templates that come with the software by default. I think the Carlson DWT is fine. Notice it says DWT instead of DWG, and that's the only difference between a drawing file and a template file, is the fact that that last letter is a T. So you can take any drawing file that you have and simply copy it and change its name to .dwt and put that in your template folder directory or folder, and that will be available for you to use as a starting point. Okay. Then you set wherever you want the Carlson project folder to start out. And again, all these things are just default. You can always navigate away from them at any time. And then the profile name and the telecad command switch, those are all sort of preset, but you can change them as you wish. So the template name, for instance, if I look at my browse, I'm looking in my template folder, which is in this location here. It's under my Drive C, user data under my name, app data, local, Autodesk, AutoCAD 2023, R24.2, ENU, and then template. So it's looking at a particular location to try to find these templates. Now you can see I've got a number of different template files defined and stored in that location. They're all available for me to use. Okay. In a production environment, I might have one that says PennDOT jobs, another one that might say boundary surveys, things like that. Okay, so they're just pre-built things. We're not going to worry much further beyond that point as to what that is. And it's something that you use as a starting point, and you may choose to use a different one when you start up, or you may even choose to not use one at all, and it just takes a default. Okay. Then next we have, I'm going to go up from here on the right-hand side to drawing setup. Now this is when you set up a new drawing. If you know a particular scale that you want to be working in, let's say you do a lot of, say, site plans, maybe at, 20 scale, or say, let's say 40 scale. Then you're going to.
I found this on the web.
Oh, shut up, Siri. Sorry. Something I keep saying triggers my computer and my watch to reply as if I said HEYSIRI. Anyway, so we can set up the horizontal scale and the vertical scale for profile, and that would give me a 10 time or a 4 time rather vertical exaggeration. And you can again change these on the fly as you're working. And then symbol size and text size and line type scale. Now what these are. The symbol size you see says 0.1. Well, you might think if I make my symbols, or let's say my text is 0.08, that's just, it's like 80% of a tenth of 0.1. Well, when I'm talking about units in AutoCAD, I'm typically talking about feet on the ground, or, that's the way I've got my information in my drawing. But these particular numbers, the symbol size, the text size, and the line type scalar, in fact, those two words, symbol size and text size, ought to say symbol size scalar and text size scalar.
But what those numbers are, if you'll think in terms of plotted inches, so at 40 scale, I want my symbols to be 1/10 of an inch. So at an inch equals 40, 1/10 of an inch means 4 feet. So I would have to tell AutoCAD, not Carlson, but AutoCAD, I'd have to say, I want my symbols to be 4 units big, tall. My text would be, if it were at 0.08, then it would be 3.2 feet on the ground. That tall is how I want to make my text. But so that I don't have to keep trying to remember that if I'm at 40 scale, it's 3.2 and 4, but if I'm at 20 scale, it's 1.6 and 2. All I have to remember is I want 1/10 of an inch and I want 8/100ths of an inch for my text, 1/10 of an inch for my symbols. And Carlson takes care of scaling it by this horizontal scale amount up here. Okay. So you'll see that. And there's only a very few commands that you have to actually set actual true ground distance when it deals with symbols and text. They're almost all universally the scaled value at this scale, how big do you want it to be? And if you're familiar with annotation scaling and paper space and that sort of stuff, which you probably may not be, you new guys anyway, that is very much akin to annotative scaling. And you can think of it in terms of plotted inches on a paper drawing if I plot that drawing out at the scale that I specify above. And again, this is just a starting point. This is what we want to use to start from. So I'm going to say I'll make my 40 scale and I'll set my vertical scale to 10, my symbol size to 1/10, my text to 8/100ths, and my line type scalar, I'm going to make 1. And that's something we have to constantly keep an eye on because Carlson's initial approach to line type scaling was different from AutoCAD's back because AutoCAD couldn't really do the line types correctly, and Carlson had to sort of program them in before AutoCAD sort of got on the ball and got their line type scaling working. So and that was years and years ago. So they keep it there because of that legacy support. All right. The symbol name, see, it says SPT9. This is just the default starting symbol that you want to use if you're making points, and you click the set button and you can find a point. Now mine is right now set to be this little plus mark. And I can see that I've got all kinds of these different categories. I've got points with wipeouts, trees, inlets and manholes, for instance, 3D. Got mapping symbols. I've got anything that I want to use as my default that I'm using. So I'm going to pull down stick to points and I'm going to use that SPT9. Again, change it as you go on the fly. Over in the right-hand side now, before we keep going down, is this attribute layout ID. And you see a little example of what it would look like right over here, where it's all lined up on the right. On the right, it's justified, left edges are matching. I've got the point number, the elevation, and the description. That's attribute layout 2. The default is attribute layout 1, which, as you see, they're staggered here. What that really is in practicality, it looks like the two top and bottom are lined up on the left. They're not. They're lined up centered. So you got a point with a symbol somewhere, and you got a point number over the top of it, an elevation off to the right side of it, and a description underneath it. That's what attribute layout 1 is. And you can see I've got even one here called my attribute layout number 3 shows my elevation kicked up at 45 degrees. And so that's a case of where, let's say I'm making a topographic map and I've got a bunch of spot elevations. And if I want those elevations to be kicked up at 45 degrees, I can choose that as my attribute layout ID, and then I would freeze the point numbers and the description, but let the elevations remain, and that would form my map. Okay. So these are all just, and they come up in different orders and different orientations and how that's going to work. So
I just have mine set to 2, so they're all lined up on the left in a nice little block. I'm going to enable descriptions, elevations, and locate on the real Z axis, meaning put the point where it is in vertical space. Do not put it down at 0. Some people like to keep the points at 0. And Carlson still honors their elevations, but I like to see them myself where they actually are supposed to be living. Then instrument rod heights and prompting for symbol names, etc., and whether or not you want to label 0 elevations or not. Your choice for those, the angle format, we'll choose bearing, and then point numbers. We're going to use point number, and we're going to let it choose to use automatic point numbering so that it will increase them for us, step them up as we go along. Our drawing setup source, when we start up, we're going to say use configuration. Otherwise, you're going to have to use a particular drawing template, but we're going to use the actual configuration that we're going to set here. And now over on the left, our vertical angle mode, we're not going to use any vertical angles here. By a default, we can change it again later, and that's only for when we're computing points. How do we want that to be when it asks us for a vertical angle? Do we mean that 0 degrees means that it's level, or that 90 degrees means that it's level, and 0 would be, straight up in the air, or as an elevation difference? Now, the coordinate system down below here. Amy, you and I are going to be typically in projects in our part of the world, typically in state plane, NAT 83, on a grid system, using the zone of Pennsylvania South, and you can see they're all there. So you Des Moines fellas would be typically, I don't know which part of the state Des Moines is in, south or north, but just think about it. If you're above or below the midline, you would be typically in that particular zone. And that sets you up for these coordinates that you saw, these coordinates down here on the status bar, the ones that we saw at like 1.8 something million and 240 some thousand. Those are state plane coordinate systems. Okay, and we can set those to be any particular one. If you're doing a job down in Texas, you may want to change that so that things match. And there's a reason we do that, is so that when we get on a project that say has the coordinates set up for Pennsylvania South, then they're going to all line up with like Google Images and GIS packages, GPS survey results. Everything's going to come in and lie over top of the other data like it's supposed to. And we're not having to do a bunch of alignments and rotations and moves and translations to make it all fit. So those are our choices. And then over on the far right, US feet versus international feet. Right now in this country, we're still using a definition that's called US survey feet. And that is based on the old definition of years ago, and the ones that surveyors used, and we use it so that we can rebuild deeds from years ago, is based on the fact, or based on the conversion, that there were 39.37 inches per meter. Okay. And so that gave us our familiar conversion factors like 2.808 or so 3.3048 and 2.8, whatever it is. But anyway, it was that conversion factor to go between feet and meters. The international foot is based on there being 2.54 centimeters per inch. And it comes up with the same numbers, except till you get out to about the 6th, 7th, or 8th decimal places, and that's where things start to mismatch because of those different definitions as to what that amounts to. Now, that doesn't make much difference if you're dealing with a small site. But if you're dealing with let's say a natural gas pipeline run that's 15 miles long, you're going to start to notice some difference
if you're using the wrong set of units. Let's say somebody did their surveying in US survey feet, but you're working in international feet, then it's going to have some impact out there at that level, those 6 to 8 decimal places away for you know, for distances that have more than that many digits, say 6 to 8 digits, you're going to start to see some really, you know, some significant differences based on those. So you won't notice it necessarily, but I would say 99% of the time you're going to be in US survey feet. Now I say that there, and I want to point this out now because that definition is supposed to go away and the entire country is supposed to move to the international foot definition by next year. Okay. I remember being in the 3rd grade being told that the United States is going to move to the metric system. It's coming soon. You need to learn it now. Well, I'm significantly beyond the 3rd grade and I'm still waiting. So I'm not going to say with any certainty that we're going to be moving to the international foot, but that is what is slated for the surveying and engineering community by 2025. So for now, just make sure it's set to US feet, and we'll leave it on your particular zone that you want to use. And when we come back to use this particular drawing file, let's make sure you're in PA South, because I'll show you how we can do some image overlays and things with that as well. Okay, so let's say okay to that. And now we're into the biggie, the general settings and what these are going to do. So I'm going to turn this on and I'm going to let you match everything that I have except for that one right there. And I'll turn mine back on. Now you can match everything that you see here and we'll talk about what the implications of those things are. But I'll give you a few minutes to set yours up. So what was that on? Well, I unchecked one that was checked, the settings to drawing dictionary. Oh, sorry, never mind. Drawing dictionary, not drawing directory. I thought it said directory. No. Everybody had a chance to match those? Well, here's what they do. We're going to see the effects of some of this here in a minute. And just we'll try a couple of things so that you can see what they are. We're not going to go through everything. But we turn on this use startup wizard. So when we start the software, and we'll go through this tomorrow morning as we get things started, it's going to step us through a wizard where we set up some settings on the way, and it's going to put us through all of the little commands that we would typically have to run individually. And it takes care of getting everything set so that we don't forget a step. So it's a nice little handy way to start things up. The next one down of any significance is this ignore zero elevations. And what that means is when you are building terrains, if you're building surface models, if you tell it, let's say it asks you to select entities that you want to use to model the surface, if those entities have zero elevations, they're simply ignored. So you don't have to go and freeze the layer or turn them off or unselect them. You can go ahead and select everything. And if it's at zero, it just ignores it and doesn't use it to build into the surface. Now, that's something that we can all enjoy, being at some given positive elevation above sea level. But there are those customers that might live, you know, along the coast, that sometimes where zero is an actual valid elevation and we want to use it. So those folks would typically uncheck that and have to take a little more care as to whether or not something is used in the modeling or is not. Okay.
The next one down that's of any particular significance for us is to whether or not you want to use annotative scale. I'm going to say leave that on, and that's going to make our text and things annotative, so that if we're going to change our annotation scaling, it's going to automatically change the size of text and annotated blocks and points, that sort of thing. Support all scales. We set the annotative scale to the drawing scale typically. And then the annotative scale prefix, I've got a foot symbol, space, and an equal mark. And I don't think I've got a space. Yeah, and then a space. So apostrophe space equals space. That's the scale prefix, and the suffix is a foot symbol. So in other words, when it creates these, it might say one, or I'm sorry, I said up here at the top, it's an inch symbol. So inch symbol or a double quote, space equals space. And then down here it's a foot symbol or a single quote or an apostrophe. So that means when it builds something, if I give it a scale of 1 inch equals 30 feet or 40 feet or even, 62.75 feet, it's going to create an annotative scale in my list that I can use. It's going to say 1, and then it's used this prefix of inch symbol space equals space, and then the number 30, 40, whatever I'm telling it, and then the suffix of a foot symbol. So it's just a way of it building the list. No big deal. Now, the other thing here is in the middle set of columns, report viewer. You can use the Carlson viewer, Windows Notepad, or Microsoft Word, your choice of any of those. I like the Carlson viewer because it has a couple of extra functionalities in it. Things like if I do a report, run a report, let's say I list all the coordinates in my file, I can then hit a button and draw that as text into the drawing as if I had typed in, this table of coordinate values into my drawing directly, but I can do that straight out of the report viewer. So there's a number of different tools that I've got in there that I can use to create extra stuff. That's why I like that viewer a little better. For digitizer settings, unless you are specifically using a digitizer tablet, and Joe, you and Robbie would probably be more apt to do that than Amy, but I'm going to say nowadays, very few construction companies still use digitizers. If you don't want to talk about, make sure it says use mouse and you won't have to worry about it. Otherwise, there are some commands that are geared to use a digitizer tablet, and if you don't have that turned on, then, or this check to use the mouse, then when you run those particular commands, they go out and try to turn on a digitizing tablet, and it's just time wasted to wait for it to say, hey, I don't see a digitizer. So leave that as use mouse unless you need it. Now, the coordinate file format, there's a number of different formats. They can be numeric only, which means the points are identified by names that consist of numbers only, and they're just integer values. Or they can be alphanumeric, which means the point number or name can have both numbers and letters in there. So let's say you got a series of points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you realize that, hey, I needed along that feature, I needed a point between 2 and 3. You wouldn't have, if you didn't use alphanumeric, you had to use numbers, then you would say, well, I'm going to put a new point in between point number 2 and 3, and it's going to have to be point number 6. So it's going to be 1, 2, 6, 3, 4, 5 along that particular feature. If I use alphanumeric, then I could say 1, 2, 2A, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 2A, 2B, 2C, 3, 4, 4A, 4B, 5, that sort of thing. So it helps you sort of keep track of it. And you can also name a point given, let's say it has a specific name, like if you're using control out of the, the USCGS control monument system, you can type in the actual control point name. All right. The rest of those are some special case things. You don't typically use the CNG or from the old CNG survey. Now, here's the big part for the remainder of this is the linking, object linking. Whatever this linking is set to when you create these particular types of entities is going to be the way those things behave from that point forward. Okay, even if you go back and change the switch to something else, it still is going to behave the way it was set when these things were created. And there's certain things we can do. We can link points with an external coordinate file, yes or no. And what that used to mean and used to do is when it was not checked on, it allowed you to move your points around inside your drawing without changing the value of the points inside that external coordinate file. So what you would typically do is just move them all over the place in the drawing. And they also, they have an original position of the coordinate file, but let's say you have to move them and tweak them and get them out of the way, whatever. So if you're refining the location of a point in the drawing, and now you want to go back and make sure you get that updated position in the CRD file, then you would have had, in those days, you would have had to go back and update the CRD file, the coordinate file, from the drawing. Okay. Otherwise, another reason you might move points around the drawing, let's say you got a whole bunch of points all jammed around a particular, point of interest on the ground, and they're all just in the way. You just kind of grab them and move them and shove them out of the way because I'm going to go back later and redraw those points from the coordinate file so they go right back to where they're supposed to be. Okay. You can imagine what kind of confusion that might cause. And also because of the fact I was telling you that those points in the drawing are going to behave the way they were created, the way this switch is set when they were created. So if the switch was off when the points were created, they would have the effect of the switch being off from that point forward until you redraw those points. Okay. Now, that got to be such a problem for people that Carlson has changed the software. So that switch is really no longer all that necessary. They now pop up warnings. It used to be that they would just either change the value or they would leave it unchanged. And it wouldn't tell you which way it was. You'd have to know what that setting was and go from there. Now, the difficulty lies in the fact that my computer might have this turned on, and my colleagues down the hall who might also be working on the same drawings and the same set of points, his computer may have it turned off. So he may be used to it being off and do what he wants to do, thinking he can always go back to the coordinate file and reestablish the values. But I've got it set up to wherever you move the point, change the CRD file also. So, I may work under that regard, and I'm the one that created the points. He may work under it without it being on. And especially if it's a very small change, you won't see it, but it starts to then get into, these little shifts and subtle tweaks. And so suddenly the next thing you know, you've got a lawsuit on your hands from somebody because your property corners are moving all over the place. So you need to be aware of how that works. Now, the other is to link line work with points, labels with line work with center lines, and group your point entities. You go ahead and make sure that's on because that makes sure it keeps everything together. And then make sure maintain coordinate history file is on. Now, the three I want to demonstrate here is this line work with points, labels with line work, and line work with center line. They're on now. So the things we're going to create are going to have that linking for us. So let's say, okay. And now we'll say exit, and it's going to maybe come up and say, you've changed something. you want to change it for future only or current and future? We'll say current and future. And now we are back in our drawing. Now you can stay in this one or make a new one, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to illustrate this linking line work with points. So what I want you to do is go off to the side here. And let's go to our points menu and let's look at our point defaults. So when I see that, this is going to inherit some of these settings that we just set back in our drawing startup. I've got descriptions, elevations, located on the real Z axis, and down below here, point numbers, which is really point name, and automatic point numbers. Those are all turned on. I've got my layer for points, and right now it's set to V curb. I'm going to change that to be PNTS. That's just going to be the layer that it's going to put them on. And by the way, any of these commands that you run when it asks for a layer, if you type in the name of a layer that doesn't exist yet, then it will build it for you. Okay, you may have to go back and change the color and line weight and that sort of stuff, but it will take care of creating that layer for you. It's not going to come back and fail the command and say this layer doesn't exist. It will do it for you on the fly. All right. So we're going to start with point number 1, and we're going to have a particular, these are my default, that's my attribute layout ID number 2, there's my symbol, no vertical angle mode, and not putting these on separate layers so that the symbol and the points are going to go on the same layer. And we're going to start creating some points. Now, I'm going to uncheck this box right here to use annotative points because right now, when you do that, and if you've got hundreds and hundreds of points to have to draw into your drawing, every time your drawing scale changes, it's got to stop and recompute and redisplay all of those things at that different annotation scaling. Whereas it's quicker to just let the points draw. And if you need to change the size of the points that were drawn at a different scale, for instance, you can go back and just redraw those points. So this is a little quicker as you're working to have this part turned off. But sometimes you'll want to have it on as well. You can mask the point attributes, and that's again the point number, elevation, and description. And when it says mask them, it means mask out the drawing underneath those things when you place the points. Okay, so it just puts a wipeout behind those values, but above everything else in the drawing so that it hides what's underneath it. Okay. You can also use this process called field to finish to generate your point styles, and that's a separate file of definitions. It says, hey, when your point has this particular description code, I want you to use this layer, this symbol, this color, whatever. And then when it's got something else, then read that definition. For, let's say you got one that says tree. So it's going to go on a layer called VEGET, and it's going to be a symbol of a tree, but you might have one that says FH. So it's a fire hydrant. So you're going to use a symbol that looks like a fire hydrant. It's going to go on a layer called, you know, water or utility or something. So that sort of lets you pre-define those particular behaviors. Okay. So we're going to leave it unchecked for now. We're not going to get into that part of it. And also there's a GIS file, which would also link extra data. So if you're particularly out there surveying on the ground and in your data collector, you come and you type in, say, MH as a manhole, well, then that particular definition file might say, well, when you see a file that has a code of MH, I want you to stop and ask the user to put in the condition of the manhole, the material it's made of, whether it's, you know, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, electric, telephone, that sort of thing, maybe the date of the last inspection, all of these different pieces of information that you can gather will be collected. So we're going to leave that off for now. And we're going to say, okay, so we've just set the default behavior and done nothing else. Now, let's go to the next command down under the points menu, and we're going to draw locate points. And there's a number of things we can do here. And you're going to look at this right now at the very top line where it says coordinate file and it says none. It's going, when I choose this, it's going to stop and ask me to pick a file. Normally, when you start things off, you have a file associated with the drawing file and it stays associated with it until you change it to a different file. But right now, in this particular case, this file existed, it did not have a coordinate file, and so therefore it's not associated with anything. You can hit the set button and give it a name, or you can let it ask you for it when you get ready to do it. So now here's my draw locate. This is where I'm going to start to create my points, and I see some of the same settings I just saw in my default, so I can override them here. But I'm going to take things like they are here, and if you say draw a range or draw all, that means it's going to read the points out of the coordinate file and put them in this drawing. Or you can say enter and assign, which means it's going to stop and ask you to type in the coordinate values, X and Y, or northing and easting, which in X and Y order, it would actually be easting and northing. Or you've got the option to screen pick, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to say screen pick, and it says on the command line, pick the point to create. So I'm just going to go off here to the side, anywhere in open space, and I'm going to click the spot, okay? And now because I had no coordinate file, it's going to ask me to choose one. Now I have a couple of them that exist in my drawing folder called exercise 1 coordinates and exercise 2 point groups. I'm not going to use either of those. And I'm in fact going to go to the new tab, and I'm just going to call this, and notice it defaults to the same name as the drawing name is. Doesn't have to be that, but I can use that. And let's just say open. And so now, after it's got the file open, and I look up on my top line of my application at the top here, and it says CRD is the first exercise dot CRD, and the drawing file is called first exercise dot DWG. So now I'm getting ready to make a point right here, and it asks for an elevation. Now I can give it an elevation if I know we're going to just leave it at 0. So we just hit enter because that was in our brackets. And now it wants to know a point description. And so if I call that description, let's just call it, let's just call it a mag nail. Okay, so there it is created. That point, number 1, of 0 elevation, it's a magnetic nail. So let's do a few more here. I'm just going to come down here and just say it's also, I'll just keep all the elevations 0, and I'll call this one a just a point, just a PT. Okay, I'm going to do a few more, and I'll just keep the defaults going. And maybe this one has a different description. Maybe this one is our IP found, iron pin found, okay? When you're through creating points, we hit enter to finish that selection. So I got a bunch of points here. They are numbered 1 through 9. Now I've also got, let me see something here. Typically, I would get a dialog box for the description, and I'm getting that down at my command line. I don't know if it's because of this. Well, not sure. They may have turned it back on. Maybe it doesn't matter. All right, so I've got some points. Now you may notice too, down in here, I've got some text. I've got stuff that looks like it's nice Arial font or some different type of font. I've got this one here that looks nice and smooth. Look at the 1 and the 2 and the 9. They're nice and round. They look like what we call Leroy lettering text that we would typically see in
old survey drawings and such. But if I look at my text up here, I see, well, those are kind of squared off. Even the zeros are just sort of square and ugly. That's one of the things that I call ugly text. But it was done back in the days when we had to plot with a pen plotter. And so if it were to try to make a nice smooth arc for number 3 and nice smooth ovals for 0, 0, on that pen plotter, it would have to put all of these little teeny tiny jiggy juggies to try to come around those circles. So these are compromise fonts that make them very fast to draw with a pen plotter. Well, we haven't used pen plotters in about 25 years, maybe 30, because we have raster plotters, inkjets, and that sort of thing, or now we just generate PDF files, and they're no longer really necessarily good to make that particular font. Now, if we haven't predefined that text style, when we build that list of points, it's going to create a text file called ptxt for point text, and it uses that standard old default pen type font. So I'm going to show you where you could go through and change all that. And that's in our layer control. And the reason I'm showing you this here too is because you wouldn't think it's here. You could do it under draw, text, set style. That's the CAD type version of that command. Or we could use the view layer control. And even though it has nothing to do with layers, this command, this is why one of the reasons I like IntelliCAD better than AutoCAD is it not only does the layers, that's what we normally see and do, but notice up here in the title of it, it says Explorer Layers. So I'm looking at my drawing and it shows me any drawings I have open, and this is the only one I've got open, and there's my layers. But if I look at my layer states, my line styles, my text styles, views, layouts, blocks. So all of these different things that in AutoCAD you have to take, you have to run a completely separate command and it looks completely different. These can all be accessed with this one Explorer dialog. And now it says Explorer text styles instead of Explorer layers. And there's now that text called ptxt. And you see it has a font name of just txt, which is that ugly text. I'm going to now change a couple of these. I'm going to change my standard up to be, I'm going to use my Arial font, and my ptxt, I'm going to use Calibri Light, and I'll say okay. So now I've got nice round looking numbers, and yet it's a nice lightweight font, doesn't get in the way. All right. Nothing that's necessary, just cosmetic. So now I've done some points. Let's draw some lines, some line work that are, we're going to use the Carlson commands and show you one of the advantages to that command. So if I draw a 2D polyline, and let's just say, okay, take the defaults, and I'm going to click out near those points and just go a couple of points. And now notice the prompt. It says pick a point or point number. So if I say 1, see what happens? And then if I say, let's go over here to 9, and I want to go from 9 to 8 to 5. Or not, yeah, 9 to 8 to 5. So I could say then 9-8. It goes 9 to 8 and then 5. And then let's say to 6, and then we'll go 4, 3, 2. So I can just say 4-2. So it's going to count down backwards and go through each of those. And then I'm going to hit enter to finish that. So I've got some points that were drawn just by clicking empty places, some that were drawn by going to the actual point numbers. And you can see also that you can do, I'll make another one here. And let's just say point-to-point numbers, let's just say 1-9. Okay, so that one now goes from each one in order through that list of coordinates. Now I'll go ahead and delete that one. So I'm going to show you what's going to happen with this linking. Remember at linking, Carlson configured general, we said link line work with points. So what that means is when you have created line work using points, if the point moves, the line work is going to move with it. So I'm going to go and zoom in here and take this first point number 1 and select it. And the grips are going to come up. I'm going to grab the grip that's there at the symbol. That's where the point is. And I'm just going to move it up to here. Notice the line went with it. Okay. And if I did the same thing here, and I'm going to just do a move command. And so there it goes. The line follows the point. Now, when the point moves, the line moves with it. But if you grip edit the line and just grab that vertex and move it down here, you see it's not a two-way link. It doesn't move the point with it. It just changes the line because I did a grip edit. Okay, so that's the one thing that it doesn't do. It doesn't pull that back to it. However, if I should happen to make an edit to that point, either move it like I did, or let's just double click it, and we're going to change the we can just change the description of, say, PT, we'll call it PT space 3. So now once that makes a change to where I had to save the coordinate file, it then updated the line as if I had moved the point and the line followed it. So even though you move the line off of it, and it will stay moved until something happens, and let's see, this is 0.8. I don't think put it here back in the ground as well. And then this one. So as long as that point gets edited and hit OK to save it, that's going to be what moves that line. Okay. So that's one of those linkings. Now let's do another link to show you what it does. And this is labels with line work. You go to the annotate menu and just choose auto annotate. And when this comes up, I want you to set these settings. I'm going to put the angle on the top, row 1 above, distance row 1 below. So now it's going to look like the bearing over top of the distance. And I'll say, okay, and I'm going to pick that purple line. Okay, there it is. So bearings and distances, same thing as if I do another one. Let's say, maybe this was somebody's property. And I'm going to type C to close, right? And I'm going to go to area layout, and I'm going to say area by closed polyline would be fine. I'll click it here and click it here. Now, based on your defaults and definitions, these may look slightly different, but that tells me the square footage and the acreage of that area label. All right, now, because we did the linking was on when we created these, let's go ahead and move this 0.3 again, but keep your eye on the bearing and distance of the two legs adjacent, 48, 41, 17 over 117, 70 versus the other. So now watch when I move this point, it recomputes and displays those labels. Same thing here is if I were to change the shape and the area, notice how that updates those as well.
So it can be useful. Let's do the other thing with the center line linking. I'm going to draw points or draw a 2D polyline rather. I'm going to start here. I'm going to start here, go here, and go here, just like that. Okay. And now if I want to turn that into a center line, that's going to be my road. That's going to be a hard road to drive on. I have to drive up here and stop, crank the wheel around, turn right, come down here. So I need curves in here, right? So in an AutoCAD world, what we would do is a command called a fillet, and we would generate a curve and we tell it to fillet that corner. Same thing here, put another curve in here. But we're going to, and then we could turn that finished curved based alignment into a center line. But we can do that even before this with that linking on. Here's how this is going to work. Let's go to the center line menu. And let's say polyline to center line file. And since I don't have a center line file written yet, it says, give me a center line file to write. And then up here, and Joe, I think you asked about this way early on of where it keeps changing you to different locations. Here's where it is. If it's doing that, if you pull this down, you normally will have, you'll be able to get back to your drawing location just by switching that. Okay. You can always hit that browse button and that takes you out to the Windows file pick location. But I kind of like this picker because it does a lot of things. It shows me graphic previews and stuff. All right, so I'm going to give it a name, and I'm just going to call it test. So it's going to be a centerline file called test.co. So now it tells me at the command line that the polyline should have been drawn in the direction of increasing stations, which means that if it wasn't, if I want to go from the right to the left, I need to reverse that direction. But we have options of doing that and all kinds of editing tools. So now it says to select the polyline that represents the center line. I'm going to select it. It shows me the direction that it was defined. And if that's what I want, that will be what I'll take. And we can just hit enter. Otherwise, one of the options there at the command line is to reverse it. And you can also give it beginning and a beginning station number or an ending station number, or give it a particular point. I'm just going to take that default. I'll start at 0 + 0, 0. And it computes some things, gives me the numbers, says press enter to continue. So I do so, and it's now built a centerline file that, let's see if I can do a report. So if I look at that file and you see there's the little preview, that's one of the reasons I like this. And this test.co, there's the file, and I choose that, I open it. It gives me, I'll just take some defaults here. And it tells me the station, the northern and easting, and then the bearing and distance between each of those PIs, that points of intersection. Okay, so there's that report. Now, the other thing you can do with that, because we had this linking turned on, is let's go ahead and just simply double click this line. Now, if I double click this property line over here, or this purple line, go ahead and double click that and you see what happens. It brings up the AutoCAD or IntelliCAD p-edit command. That's that edit polyline command. Okay, so that's not what I want. I want to edit this as an alignment. Then because we turned this into a center line, now if I look at it in my properties, it's still just a polyline, just like this one is, and just like this one is. However, because we ran the command to convert a polyline to a centerline file, if I double click this one, notice it does not go to the AutoCAD or IntelliCAD p-edit command. It goes to the Carlson centerline file edit, as if I had just gone up to the menu and said, edit the centerline file. And I can see as I go through here, each one of these things that I sit on is where I am currently in there. I can change starting point, locations, et cetera, restation it. I can go to these. I've got tools that will let me, reverse it, rotate it, scale it. cancel it, etc. So I'm going to fit a curve. And I'm going to go to that curve and it's going to say, all right, what radius do you want? Degree of curve, length, etc., etc. So I'm just going to make these some, let's call them 100 feet for this one. And it computes the rest of this information and I'll say, okay, or I could even choose my horizontal speed tables based on, I'm going to say a 40 mph zone with a, say a 3% super elevation rate. And that tells me what that radius needs to be is 1,370 feet. So I'm not going to use that, but that's one of the things you can do. I'm just going to say 100 feet and then say, okay. And that now has gone through and has the same effect of having done a fillet of 100 feet, okay? I can now edit that curve, just double click on that curve segment, make changes you might need. Let's maybe change that down to say 75 feet instead. Say, okay, and so it now shortened it up a little bit. I'll go down to this next one, do another fit curve. And this one I'm going to put in, say at 125 feet and say, okay. And there's now that one. And at this point, I'm ready to save it. Now watch what happens. Because my linking was on, when I say save and then exit, you see that? It automatically did that. Now, not only does it do it there, and it's not just like the points, you move a point, the line moves with it, you redefine the file definition and the line reshapes itself. This one happens to be two-way, so I can even just take this as a, maybe even just do a grip edit on this thing. And when it does it, notice that it forced it back into tangency. And not only that, but if I now double click this, you see what it's done is it has, see if I can get one that makes it really noticeable. All right, so that one broke the tangency. But when I double click it, you see the centerline file itself got automatically updated as part of that, just a graphical edit. Okay, so that's what that linking does. And that is in our settings, Carlson configure, general settings. That's what all these linkings do. The line work with points, the labels with the line work, and that labeling also goes for stationing along those alignments. And the line work with center lines, so that when you make a change in one location, it's going to automatically trickle through and show it to this other location. Okay. If I double click, or don't even have to double click it from there. In fact, let's just get rid of this thing altogether. Just select it and erase it. I'll go to the center line and say, draw the center line file, I'll put it on this particular layer. Let's label the center line. I'll say, okay, I'm going to choose my file. And I go, oop, wow, gee, that's not what I really wanted it to look like, but that's all based on those settings. Now, and that's what I'm saying is if you have deleted everything in the drawing, that file will let you rebuild it. So if I go to now edit the center line, so I'm going to do the center line editor, and I could choose this even before I had done that change, and I'm going to actually remove that curve, and then I'm going to back up and fit, say, another 125 foot curve in there. Oops, let's make that not quite that big. Let's make it just say 65 feet. A little more reasonable. I'll save and exit, and now watch everything that happens. It not only redrew it, it relabeled it, recomputed all of these different things, put the symbols there. Okay, there's my 4 + 0, 0. So that's something that's really helpful if that is your intent. If you want to do that and have those linkings automatically update. Now, here's a case where you might or might not want to necessarily. for instance, if this let's say that's somebody's property, right? And this was 141.10 feet. Well, maybe their deed said for that, or for this one, 124.00 instead of 04. So you could either change that, you know, down by 400s, and then if it moves, so you're tweaking all that stuff. But you really don't want, you know, you want your deed information to match, but the actual geometry might go from a different point to a different point. So you can use it to generate the labels, and then, you know, if you had to move this stuff around, I'm going to make it, you know, obvious. So see, now everything recomputed. Well, if I didn't want that to happen, I might say, let's copy that off to here. Let's turn that linking off on the labels. Okay, and then let's go back and auto annotate this guy. All right, so now suppose that, all right, that's what I was looking for in my deeds, but I need to say move this point, you know, and again, I'm going to make it obvious so that it's not going to, this is way big, so you can see that I'm changing it. But these labels are going to say, because my tweak is only going to be minute, but it's not going to change the values once I had that annotated from there. Okay. If I do move things around enough that I want to re-annotate, again, it's no problem when you go back and auto annotate, because there is a switch that says to erase the previous ones, and that's in my general settings, I think. Yeah, previous labels right here, either erase or prompt before erasing. Then when I do this, it's going to take those old labels, throw them away, and recomputing. So just as if it were linked, but I have to go through that extra step, okay? So that's some of the implications of that type of settings. And that really is all we need to worry about at the moment. And we're gonna, when we come back in the morning, we're going to go through and have a bit more fun. I know today was just getting all this crap out of the way. All right, so then tomorrow morning, we're going to hit points and start building surfaces and go through those exercises, and we'll model the stockpile. We'll create a borrow pit and a little roadway to get up to it. Okay. So with that, any questions come to mind? And you may save your drawings if you wish. No need to. We've got plenty to work with. Everybody good?
We're all good over here.
Okay. Amy, you good?
All good.
All righty. Well, I'll see everybody at 9 o'clock. I'll wish you a good evening. I will say you're welcome to go home and play a little more with this if you like. But if you're like me, it's been a long day. You might want to go have a martini instead. So please do that. Rest your brain, and we'll come back tomorrow and take it from there. Okay. And with that, I will stop our recording.